What's going on, sports fans? What's happening? How you're doing? College football fans, Deion Sanders, Colorado fans, what up? Welcome to TLP Sports Club. Welcome to TLP Live. Guys, I am your host, Harry B. The B means billion. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate it. There's a conversation I want to have with you, and then I'm out of your hair, so you can go back to doing whatever it is you were doing. So TLP Sports Club, guys, is going to be a channel that covers the Buffs and it covers the Big 12. And then eventually we're going to expand outside of college football. We're going to expand into college football entirely and start covering college football topics. And I don't think he knows it yet, but my mentor is RJ Young of Fox Sports. RJ Young, if you're out there, my guy, reach out to the kid and you feel me. Anyways, RJ Young, I like the way that he talks sports. I like what he brings to the conversation, the things that he covers, his take on things. It ain't because he's black, because I do listen to Josh Pate. I do listen to other sports talks. You know what I'm saying? I listen to a whole slew of things, but the person that I feel like has the style that I like to, mimic a little bit and formulate my own style and bring it to the audience and the masses as I grow in this space. I'm respecting this space. I am as I grow in this space, that's RJ Young, but I'm respecting the space. I'm a student of the space. Consider it like a new rapper, right? He comes on the scene, you know what I'm saying? He gets a little bit of attention, but you also got to get in the lab and you got to learn. You got to educate yourself. Understand where you are. You tried it out. It worked. Hey, and here you are. But you got to respect the space. You got to respect the OGs. You got to understand where you are, your surroundings, and become a student and indulge in the information, the data. Get to know what's happening, and then you can expand yourself. But you also have to understand where you are and in respecting where you are. Okay, so that's what's happening with TLP Sports Club. For those of you who don't know, that is what's going on. I'm behind the scenes. I'm learning a lot because I feel like this channel eventually is going to become a place where people come and have conversations about college football. And then hopefully, we can have a good time here, a community where you come and you feel safe to have a good conversation. In light of that, in feeling safe, this is the reason why I titled what I titled the live. All right, feeling safe, feeling like you can come here and have a good conversation, a conversation about football. So I said, are Colorado fans the same as Deion Sanders fans, or I could have been flipped the other way around. So that's what I want to talk about because of. Let me just set this up a little bit, right? So I got some information through the grapevine, right? I got some information about this young man called Nico Iamaleava. He is the Tennessee Vols. He's their former quarterback. He was in a conversation. The video's on the page, by the way. If you want to go watch the video, it's on the page. It got some negative reviews. It got a few people got into their feelings and whatnot. And I'm wondering, why are you into your feelings, right? I don't understand why people are a certain way that they are. And these are Deion Sanders fans. And I don't feel like these are Colorado fans. I feel like some of these people are Coach Prime fans. They're not necessarily Colorado fans, because Colorado fans are football fans. And they understand, like, you can tell the difference between a Colorado fan and a Coach Prime fan or a Deion Sanders fan, right? Because we have football conversations, and it's just more of a football conversation. They don't take it outside of that, right? Colorado fan, because I've been there and I've spoken with Colorado fans, I know who they are. They're football fans. You feel me? So the conversation always stays with football. It doesn't go outside of football. You can tell the difference between that fan and the Deion Sanders fans, because for them, everything is personal. They're always calling you names like clowns and you don't know what you're talking. I mean, it's like they take it more personal than a Colorado fan. That's why I said, are Deion Sanders fans the same as Colorado fans? Because, and I want to talk about it. I'm going to set this up so that we can have a conversation. So that's what I want to talk about today, right? And then we're going to talk about, there's a couple of other things that I want to talk about, and we'll get into that. But I think it's a fair question when it comes to sports and how people have conversations around sports. Sports fans are unique fans, especially college football fans. College football fans are very emotional, depending if you're talking about their team. And I understand that. Even though I am new to covering college football, I'm not new to college football, right? I'm new and in this space where I have I'm carving out a name for myself where people know me now. If I travel to Texas, they know me in Texas. If I traveled with the team, if I travel to cover Colorado, people are going to recognize me. So I'm not the biggest, right? But I've done enough videos to where some of my videos have gotten over 300,000 views, and people are watching and they see my face because I put out the content. So I'm not by any means trying to say I'm popular or I'm this big in the space. I'm just telling you that if you do what I do, and people will recognize you, and basically that's what happens. Okay, so it's a fair question. I'm in this space, and you can't take me out of this space, right? So if you are a Colorado fan, I have a question for you. Why are you so no? If you are a Deion Sanders fan and you have come into the space of college football, or you've been here but you like Deion and you've considered Colorado your team now, I want to understand to a certain extent why you, as a college football fan, you've been here now 3 years with Deion Sanders in Colorado. Why are you taking everything so personal? Before we delve too deep into that, let me set this up and where this is coming from, right? Because this is not the first time I've had I've had this nature of the conversation. Because I don't want a lot of us, some of us who are new to college football. I'm not saying myself. I'm just saying some of us who are new to college football, like Deion Sanders fans, and I would say the bandwagon buffs, right? Where this channel is kind of like, we're bandwagons around here. We're bandwagon buffs. I have a couple of conversations where I'm like, we're new in this space. Some of us are. Don't embarrass us, right? Because you, as a college football fan, this fan base, the OGs, the legacy people, they know the sport, not just their team. They travel well. Let me explain what I mean by they travel well. It's not that they travel to actual games. They are on other pages for other teams, either whether they are opponents or it's just teams that they just watch because of the integrity of the game, and then will travel to the other spaces that are out there discussing other teams to have conversations. And the conversations are sometimes colorful, and sometimes it's just respectable football conversation. All right? And that's what I feel like that's what makes this game so enjoyable. That's what makes college football probably the best space for you to enjoy sports. The NFL, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's legacy. It's been there forever. It's the biggest. But college football is more involved. Way more involved. Like year-round conversations. Even there is no off season, okay? There is no off season because college football is a continuous wheel that continues to turn and turn and turn and turn. And the fact that I am here trying to carve out my own little space, my own little corner in this college football space, and I'm learning the game. I'm a student of the game. I'm trying to understand every team and how college football works, listening to Josh Pate, listening to Joe Klatt, listening to my mentor, RJ Young, You see what I'm saying? Listen to Locked On, all of the Locked On series. Locked On Big 12 is one that I'm really paying attention to. I forget my guy's name. Oh my gosh. The young bull. He's the young bull, man. He's like 26 years old. I forget his name. But as I carve out my space, I'm starting to understand and go into different chat rooms, or I don't know if you call it chat rooms nowadays. I don't want to age myself, right? We used to call it chat rooms back in the day. As I go into the different spaces on Twitter or wherever we're having conversations, and I understand football fans are unique. Football fans, when something, let's just say, this is the topic that I'm talking about today. The Nico Iamaleava conversations that Coach Prime was linked to, right? So let me set this up, and then we can expand out. If they were having those conversations, what's going to happen is they can either debunk it, or they'll be like, "Nah, my coach already said that's not good. That's not what it is," and then they'll just like all of a sudden they'll just flip the script. And they'll just start talking about their team. I'm talking about real football fans. They'll be like, "Nah, coach said nah, we're not that," because nobody knows. Nobody really knows unless you are a beat reporter. What?
Did you send mommy something?
No.
Oh, because mommy got a gift.
Unless you what? Yeah. What's going on? What? Yes. What's up? Okay. All right. My family just something's going on with my family. They're excited. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so unless you are, so let me set this up and let me go ahead and so we can talk about this in real time, because I want, because now we're 3 years old. If you are a bandwagon buff, a BWB, we're 3 years old. And we have to assimilate. It's time to assimilate. We got to get in there. And I don't want to be embarrassed, right? I don't want to be embarrassed for you, because I am your representative. A lot of your representatives, trust me, the same guy. I am probably the most, if not the most consistent one on here. All right? I am consistent with what I've been saying all this time. I'm holding you down regardless. All right? A BWB, bandwagon buffs. A lot of y'all came here from all walks of life. You're nurses, you are carpenters, you're mechanics, and you found your way in a conversation online about Deion Sanders leaving Jackson State and coming over to Colorado, which is an all-white school. A predominant, not all white. It's called a PWI, a predominantly white university. Okay, so college or university. So now you're in this space. You're not, and a lot of y'all, I've had conversations with y'all. When I was in Texas, when I was in Colorado, y'all talked to me. Y'all was like, "Harry B, yeah, I'm not really a college football fan, or I'm a Texas A&M fan, and I'm a this fan." And and those whole Deion situation, I got into it. I talked to a lot of y'all. I'm the same guy, have not changed. The same guy that try to take information, not be intentionally trying to inflict harm, but we take information, we decipher it. It is called sports entertainment. That's what we all do. So, breaking this all down, right? William Hopkins, what up with you? Thank you for joining. I appreciate you. So we take information and we try to decipher it. Some people try their best to inflict harm, to cause harm. I'm not one of those guys. All right. Most of my stuff, if I get it, I try to vet a lot of the stuff. I may not have time to vet everything that I do, that I have the news, but I know that if I get it from a somewhat, and I'm going to use air quotes, somewhat credible source, like a writer, then their integrity is on the line. Whatever they're reporting, if you know anything about journalism, which I think I took a couple of classes at UNC Greensboro, right? So all my Greensboro people, shout out to you. I took a few classes and I understand what they do, right? Because I was in the film department. The journalism was not too far from us, so I took a few classes to understand We had a few minglings together, so they would come and we would film them and stuff like that in my television class and stuff like that. So I understand how journalism works. So the reason why I gravitate to the writers is because for the most part, I know that they vet what they do, right? They have an integrity to uphold. So when they put out a story, the story has to, they are supposed to go through a channel of vetting so that their source is credible, right? I'm laying this out now for a lot of y'all that got angry with me. So a lot of their sources are vetted and they have credibility, right? That's why for the most part, my videos, I try to find a writer. Now, here's the story that after I got the intel, right? Somebody hit me up. One of my peoples hit me up like, look, Colorado's name is connected to this Nico Iamaleava story. And I said, that's interesting. So I click on the article. It's Athlon. Let's go to it right now. All right. I click on the article and it's Athlon Sports. If you look at it, right there, it says Athlon Sports. Even though Athlon, I should have, Athlon, I have used Athlon in my videos before. You understand what I'm saying? And okay, so what's it called? Locked On Buffs, right? Kevin Borba is one of the writers. Well, I don't know if he's still a writer at Athlon, but he was one of the writers at Athlon, right? So now, but then Athlon is the same source that they got a little tinted because it was a writer at Athlon that actually got the story about the locker room and ran with it and thought that it was legit. He didn't do no vetting. That's why I'm using air quotes, because not all of the writers are going to follow the journalistic integrity. All right, let me just put it that way. They're not all going to follow journalistic integrity. And I got to a little bit ahead of myself. This is not how the show go, but let me just go ahead and do what I usually do. At the beginning, I'm a little, revved up, and now I'm like, yo, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, JR Boxing, salute to you, man. You're one of the real ones, okay? You're a real sports fan. All right, so listen. So join TLP live at gmail.com is the email. I'm sorry I forgot to say that because I got to take this stuff off the screen. I'm a little revved up right now because I'm like, come on, guys. We're 3 years in, man. You got to know this by now. You got to understand how this stuff works, man. I mean, we're 3 years and y'all still get emotional about stuff. Like, come on. It's time for us. It's time for you to assimilate and start getting into the conversation the way college football fans are supposed to do, because you're embarrassing me out here. I'm sorry, but you're embarrassing me. Stop embarrassing me. Stop embarrassing all of us, all right? It's like a bunch of black people. We all rush to this white institution, and here we are. Some of us are talking out of our hair. We're talking out of our weave. We're talking out of our whatever we do with our hair. We're talking out of our necks, and we don't know what the heck we're talking about. It's embarrassing for a lot of us. Like, some black people start hiding. It's like, yeah, they're not like us. No, my hair grows back. My shaver broke. I went to Rochester and I try to cut my hair and my shaver broke. So I'm not growing it back. It's just like there's gonna be intervals. You know what I'm saying? When you're in between a shave. I'm in between a shave right now. so y'all gotta be patient with me. I'm gonna get the bald head back, but I gotta go on Amazon and find me a new shaver because mine's broke when I went upstate to take my son on a college tour. All right, so look. Stop embarrassing us, right? We over here, like what was that? What was the comedian that said, we in front of white folk, we don't argue in front of white folk. It was Chris Rock when he was doing his stand-up for when he getting slapped doing not Deion Sanders, but Will Smith slapped him. He was like, look, my mama taught me well. We don't argue in front of white folk. Or at least if we argue, right, our argument should be based in legitimacy. At least let's talk about how this thing works. When I first got here, it was about John the Liquidator. It was about your favorite YouTuber. Y'all was telling me I was taking their information when I literally took something from Athlon Sports, Sports Illustrated. I was taking information that was being fed to us to writers, and y'all was telling me I'm taking John the Liquidator information or whoever else was around here. And I said, no, this article literally says Sports Illustrated. Y'all said, but that's John the Liquidator. He did it first. I'm like, and so what? And so that's not how this works, guys. You're embarrassing me. The title of this live is, are Deion Sanders fans the same as Colorado fans? And then I didn't have enough space to put it. Are they even college football fans? Like, come on now. Sports entertainment. Like, something happens to LeBron, right? I've done this before, guys. Something happens to LeBron. Sports Illustrated, Fox Sports, everybody's going to talk about it. You're embarrassing me out here. Stop it now. All right. With all of that being said, what's on your screen? Join tlplive@gmail.com. If you want to join the conversation, guys, that's how you get at me. My Cash App is right there. Cash App, $ TLP Sports Club, Tango Larry Peter Sports Club. That's Tango Larry Peter Sports Club. You know what I'm saying? Like, forget about the bottom information. I haven't taken that off yet. I'm not consistent with the 7 p.m. shows or whatnot. But join tlplive@gmail.com. That's how you join the show if you want to come on live and you want to talk about the situation that I am speaking about. So I'm taking that off the screen, guys, so that we can, you can have my full self. You can see my little drink that my wife gave me. She gave me a Jesus piece. I finally have my first Jesus piece. And I appreciate the wife for getting me that Jesus piece. You know what I'm saying? I think it was for my birthday or something like that. March 21st. You feel me? You feel me? Hey, man, I just want to say, man, I appreciate the prime Colorado fans that have really held me down over the years. This 3 years that I've been in this space. You guys that have made me I say in my Liberian voice, small famous. Y'all made me famous, small famous. I really appreciate the ones that y'all don't make me small famous. Okay. ICH said I sound ignorant. I don't even know what I sound ignorant about yet, but we're gonna get into it. ICH. You know, I appreciate the clapbacks and everything. If it's legit, it's legit. If I do sound ignorant, then I sound ignorant. But if I don't, then I hold you accountable to explain how I sound ignorant. But here we go. So Athlon Sports, like I was telling you guys, when you do a newspaper or a credible source, then you know that they have to follow the journalistic integrity of vetting their sources. So when I got the information, I said, okay, this is Athlon Sports. They have some credibility, some street creds because they are a news outlet. So they should, for the most part, vet their sources. Keep in mind, I'm an OG. I understand journalism because I went to film school and I took some journalism classes. So I know what they have to do, at least what they should have been doing all this time. So you will never catch me slipping when it comes to like, oh, his source, I got some Twitter information and I do a video based on some Twitter information. You ain't gonna catch me slipping like that because I'm an OG in this game, in the whole media game. I've been doing this for 20-some years. I'm an OG. All right, you new to me, but I ain't new to this. So understand that, okay? Just saying that. So most of my videos are going to have some type of news source. So I got this and I said, all right, cool, let's go. Let's do it. Let me put it on the bigger screen. Y'all see my face enough. Let me put it on the bigger screen right there, okay? So I said, all right, it's Athlon. I'll do it. No problem. Yeah, you feel me? Let's go. It's Athlon. I can do Athlon. Athlon is not too bad. It's not too out there. You know what I'm saying? If it was Un3, I got to be careful with Un3. But Athlon, I was like, yo, Athlon is not, it's decent. So, pages aren't responsive. No, don't exit. Oh, what is it doing? Come on. Why is it doing that? All right, so I was like, yeah. So Athlon is like, you know, they're legit. They're not like terrible. You know, I've done a couple of their stuff. And Kevin Borba, who does the Locked On Buffs, he's legit. So I was like, all right, cool, I'm with it. So when I take my sources, I take them seriously. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm a YouTuber, and most people are not going to trust YouTubers or whatever. We are opinion channels or whatnot. But at least, when I bring something or I share it with you, I want to make sure that the information is legit. It's not like some random. Is this just some random stuff that I took off of Twitter, and then I have to kind of walk it back and do all that yin yang twin stuff, and I'm like, nah, that's not what I want to do. So here we are. Deion Sanders in Colorado named as front runner. It should have probably been front runners or whatever. Or yeah, I guess when you add Deion Sanders in Colorado, front runners to land former 5-star Tennessee quarterback. So that's the information that I reported. All right. Now, this is what I appreciated for certain conversations that I had with certain people. Right? Okay, so no, keep setting this up, Harry B. So, okay, now the source, the person, Josh, who wrote this? The writer on this was Jeff Hauser, right? So I told you that in the video. If you got to that part before you got upset, okay, some people just read the title of the video and they just got upset and said, and they started saying, I'm a clown. Who is this guy? He's a nobody and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, dang, I'm like, do you even know me? Like, this is your first time watching my videos? I'm a clown all of a sudden. So yeah, Jeff Hauser from Athlon Sports wrote this piece right there. His name is right there. So I'm like, all right, cool. That's a legit, source. So I can bring this to my folk, I'm not just going to grab anything because I know a lot of us around here are, new to college football. So when you come to TLP Sports Club, I want the information to at least be somewhat legit. You feel me? That's why I do the way I run my channel the way I run my channel, because I don't want you to get I don't want you to come on this channel and then get really bad information, even though this happened to be really bad. Like some of the, I didn't know that. I think it was a channel that said that this guy Richard G. West is a satirical channel, satirical news person or whatever, right? I didn't know that, but that's not the source I got it from. So you understand, right? The source I'm getting it from, which if you an OG, you would say, okay, Athlon Sports, it's the source, right? That's my source. His source happened to be the bad source. You feel me? Like, his source happened to be the satirical source, and he didn't do the vetting. So nowadays, people, to earn their paychecks, especially if you're connected to Athlon Sports, they're not doing no more vetting. They're taking Twitter information or X information and they're writing a whole story on that. So the writer is the one to be held accountable. Jeff Hauser or Hooser or whatever his name is, he's the one that led me wrong, not me, because I wouldn't go on Twitter, grab somebody saying some Richard G. You feel me? Some Richard G. West. I wouldn't just go on Twitter or X and grab this information and do a video on that. That's not what I do here. Go check my receipts. You feel me? I'll get to you in a second, ICH. You already calling out of my name. You know what I'm saying? I sound ignorant. I'm already ignorant. I'll get to you in a second. So that's my source. Athlon Sports is my source. And unfortunately, Jeff Hauser, his source was an unvetted Richard G. West, right? But it gets a little better. Let's keep going. It gets a little better. The reason why I'm doing this live, it gets a little better, right? Because it's not just like, okay, you got bad information, but Sports Illustrated, Oregon Ducks, right? This is SI.com. Oregon Ducks, Dan Lanning declines comment on Nico Iamaleava transfer portal. So if you can see right here, this is the information. So this is SI.com. This is why I tell you that when I get information, I follow the credible or what should have been credible sources. If I see SI.com and I say, oh, okay, so Sports Illustrated picked this up, okay, then it's a go. I told my guys, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna jump in the lab. So I come on here and I'm like, it's a video, let's go. right? With the intent of not trying to intentionally cause harm. Because if you once you look at the sources and you're like, oh, that's legit. Dan Lanning is responding to this. So whoever Richard G. West was, apparently, if it was satirical or if he was a satire reporter, SI did not vet him, right? Aflon didn't vet him either. So if we get here, when we get here, by the time we get to SI, somebody like myself, an OG in this media space, would say, okay, then it must be legit. Let's go. You feel me? So the same story that Richard G. West tweeted, he said 3 teams were linked to Nico Maliava. Let me just call him Nico from here on out, just so his last name is like 3 different syllables. Maliava and all that. It's a lot of syllables. Okay, let me just call him Nico from here on out. That's the Tennessee quarterback, okay, that we're talking about. So Nico, right? So if you're following the link like I was, right? Keep in mind, I get it from a source. One of my guys hit me up like, yo, Harry B, did you see this? Nico is linked to Colorado. I was like, oh, word. And then I follow, I said, I see SI, I see Aflon. That's how I do my vetting, right? It was incumbent upon them to vet this Richard G. West. That's where they all went wrong, because they didn't know that he was some type of satire guy, right? If you go to Richard G. West's Twitter page or X page, I'm going to say Twitter. Okay, well, I am on YouTube and lawsuits. If you go to his X page, for the sake of lawsuits or whatnot, if you go to his X Twitter page, right, you can find out the type of person that he is. You know what I'm saying? It was not upon me to vet him, because I didn't get my information from him. And this is why I say, Colorado fans, y'all got to get out of y'all emotions and really like become college football fans, sports fans. Because if you were, just like some of the comments under the video, some people were just like, nah, Harry, Coach Prime said that's fake news. And that was the conversation. They didn't come at me sideways, calling me out of my name. They didn't say all of that. No, they just said Harry B. But that's what I'm expecting from sports fans. I'll be like, oh, all right, yo, I appreciate the information. Thank you for letting me know. Because when Coach Prime tweeted, right, Coach Prime's tweet was not, he didn't say, if you follow Coach Prime like I do on Twitter, right, he says fake news, that's not true. He's not referencing the Maliava situation. Coach Prime, he's always trying to put out some type of fire. So you're not linking that to that, right? I'm a busy man. I'm not following Coach Prime every single, I'm not finding the link. Is he talking about Ian? Is he talking about the Afline Sports thing? I don't know what Coach Prime is tweeting. If I see that, I just scroll and move it on. Like, okay, well, who is he talking about? I can't tell you that it's linked to this until everything comes out. That's why I'm like, yo, y'all got to get out of your emotions, right? So if SI talks about it, it gets all the way to Dan Lanning. Hey, Dan Lanning, we got this information. What it is about that? What do you think about Ian Maliava? I said Nico, right? What do you think about Nico being linked to you? Dan Lanning says no comment. He don't want none of that smoke. He ain't trying to deal with none of that, right? He's not. So that's the SI story. And guess who else covers that story? My mentor, RJ Young. And again, he's my mentor. I didn't say that he's officially my mentor. He probably gonna, if I reach out to him, like, yo, man, hey, yo, can you help me out, son? He covered it. And Dan Lanning, he covered the whole Dan Lanning thing in his videos. You feel me? Just give me 1 second, guys. So if I watch my mentor cover this from Fox Sports, right? I watch my mentor cover it. I see it on SI. I see it on Afline Sports. So I'm like, all right, this, it's still a go. All right, it's a go. Keep in mind, like, I'm in the studio, right? I'm in the studio and I'm like, all right, everything looks legit. My source is not Richard G. West. My source is SI. My source is my mentor, RJ Young from Fox Sports. My source is yeah, I'm legit. Let's go. I do the video and I say, if you want to watch the video I'm talking about, you can go. It's on my page. So I'm like, oh, so this is legit, right? But that's the beauty of college football and sports entertainment. That's what I want y'all to understand. All right. When you go to other fan bases, what they do is Dan Lanning said no comment. If you go to the Oregon Ducks pages, they'll just be like, they're having a football conversation. They'll be like, oh no, we already knew coach wasn't going to do that, X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have football conversation. Ain't nobody calling nobody names. You come to the so-called Colorado fan base, and you do a video, you covering the same thing that SI covered, F-Line covered, Fox Sports covered, and you do a video, and all of a sudden, you're a clown for putting out that information. Oh, you fake news, you a clown, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, wait a minute. How am I a clown? What we talking about? I'm looking around like, are you talking to me? I'm like, yeah, dude, that's your channel. TLP is you, bro. They're talking to you. You a clown, son. I'm like, let them come see me then, son. I'm Brooklyn all day. Nah, like, I'm like, one of these niggas come see me then, son. Anyway, man, y'all gonna get me out of my character, like, for sure, man. Let one of these fool come see me then. Anyways, let me put my gangster away. Let me put the gangster. Harry B, listen, gangster, go away. Okay, go away. Bring back the Christian. The Lord is your shepherd. I shall not. Oh, man. All right, so anyways, but that's the situation, man. And the whole idea is like, look, college football fans, look, Colorado Deion Sanders fans. We ain't always gonna get it right. All right. If the original Richard G. West was satire and y'all brought it to my attention, you can do it respectfully. And this, you know what? I got tough skin because I'm from Africa, West Africa, Liberia. TLP means the Liberian perspective, right? And I'm in New York by way of Maryland. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this in the most respectful way. I was a little timid in Maryland, but in New York, I'm a killer. You understand what I'm saying? And YouTube, I'm not saying I'll kill people. I'm saying I'm a beast. You can't do nothing to me. I'm a Brooklyn dude. My skin is tougher than you. But why I'm saying this is because I want you to understand, like, you're in other chat rooms and you're doing this nonsense and you're embarrassing us. Because when somebody says, I'm a Deion Sanders fan or I'm a Colorado fan, they're not taking us seriously. Because they're looking at us as clowns. I'm just trying to let y'all know, like, come on, man. Like, we got to simulate. It's time to, we 3 years in, bro. We got to simulate. We can't be the clowns in this space, man. Let me check my email. Make sure nobody trying to come on here. All right, my guy, I got you. It's time for us to simulate, man. We got to get to a place where we start having football conversations because the real fans, they're like, Dan Lanning's Ohio State that just won the Natty. Their fan base, they ain't calling nobody a clown for and they're not calling SI a clown. They're not calling RJ Young a clown. It's a football conversation. Dan Lanning said, nah, we good. If Coach Prime says fake news, that's it. But when it gets to me, y'all trying to treat me like I'm some dude out off on the street. Like, yo, shut that down, yo. Like, seriously, yo. I see you in the RJ Young comments. I see you there. and you're having football conversations. You come to me and I'm a clown? Son, I'm about to say some words that I promise you, bruh. I promise you. Hutch 50 says, you still doubling down on your sloppy research, accept the constructive feedback and grow. That sounds silly to me. It's not sloppy. That's Sports Illustrated. Like, what are you talking about? Fox Sports is not sloppy. That's Fox Sports. RJ Young. I don't think you're a troll. Hutch 50 is a troll. Okay. You still doubling William Hopkins says, Harry, we just signed 2 superstars. That's football conversation worthy. We didn't sign no 2 superstars, so let's just calm that down. We didn't sign 2 superstars. Colorado signs 2 good players. Superstars, you tripping. You bugging. You bugging. 2 superstars, bro? You bugging. You talking about Sincere? You talking about the tight end? You talking about the wide receiver? Superstars, bro? You see that? Look, bro, I'm about to spaz on somebody. Yo, stop playing with me, bro. Superstars, young. See, that's the thing. If you're in other conversations, bro, somebody's gonna call you a clown for saying that. You talking about Sincere, the wide receiver, the 6 foot, what's the name guy? Is that what we're talking about? Colorado signed some very great players, really good players, all right? Now, when you start saying superstars and you start saying stuff like that, you know who's going to come for you? RJ Young, Josh Pate, all right? Oregon is going to come for you. Dan Lanning will come for you. We don't play for clicks. We play for substance. They're coming for you. Florida's coming for you. Who told you these were superstars? You see what I'm saying? Like, we got to be careful because words matter, bro. We got to be careful. Like, did we sign some really good players? Yes. But are there superstars, bro? Superstars to Colorado? No. Stop it, Harry B. Superstars to Deion Sanders fans because everybody is a dog to y'all. KMS always keeping it real. See, you got a G5 FCS All-Star team. You don't sound like a CU fan. Nah, you sound like a Deion fan. Like, I'm serious. College football doesn't go the way you think in your brain. We're not going 12-0. Let me not say that. Let me not say that. Oh no, that was 2024. 2024, we were going 12-0 to some of y'all. Everybody's a superstar when it comes to Colorado. That's not even the conversation I wanted to have today. But some of y'all are just indignant. Like, I can't help y'all. Y'all embarrassing us in conversations. What would Josh Pate say? What would Joe Klatt say about the signings that we got? What would the real sports writers say about the signings that we got? Colorado picked up really good, 2 really good players. And we're hoping that more will come. That's what they would say. If you're part of this thing, you know what? I gotta say this. I'm trying to be legit. Let me just take myself away from y'all. Like, seriously, I think it's time for me to just draw myself back from y'all and say I'm a student of the game. I'm trying to learn. I'm humble. I'm trying to learn the game. I'm trying to follow college football the way that it's supposed to be followed, right? Everybody's not a superstar, all right, that Colorado gets. Because if you're getting a bunch of superstars, it's supposed to turn into Big 12 championship, playoff berth, winning at least a playoff game, and being in the conversation postseason. But if your superstars does not equate to that, then where does your conversation go? Nowhere. It's a bunch of superstars that are only superstars in your eyes because they're signed to Deion Sanders. Somebody who was a beast in the FCS, you call them a superstar. Here we go. Are they good enough for the Power Four? And are we going to be able to win games with them, win the Big 12? Can we beat Texas Tech? This 2025 Texas Tech team that I've been doing research on. Can we beat BYU? And you have no idea what BYU got for us. That's where the conversation has to go. And unfortunately, I'm arguing with the people that don't necessarily understand the game. They're more so emotional Colorado fans. I made a mistake again. They're more so emotional Deion Sanders fans. And they try, and they're the loudest, and they're everywhere. And they go into the comments box. And anytime somebody says anything critical about Deion Sanders in Colorado, it's always an emotional response. It's never no college football conversation. To me, you're embarrassing me because I'm a student of the game and I'm trying to come up in the game, right? Like, go back and go watch Josh Pate, Joe Klatt and them. Well, Joe Klatt was a quarterback, so go back and go watch their early videos when they all came into the game, you know what I'm saying, trying to learn their way up. Go watch some of the people that when they first started, if they were that astute or they were that, legit. Most people that come into the game, they quietly try to learn their way, and they don't be making lavish, bold predictions and we're gonna win it all. Coach Prime has an all-star team. We just got a bunch of all-stars, and then when it comes time to really play, when Dan Lanning says, Shiloh Sanders is saying, you guys look smart, we about to smack y'all, and then they give us 100 points to our 6. You know what I'm saying? Like, there has to come a time where you realize this college football space is not just about your emotions. It's actually about talent evaluation. If you're not good with talent evaluation, then the best thing for you to do is be quiet and learn. Go into the chat room, see what they're talking about. Join the conversation and see, put it, okay, we got some decent players. We're gonna either match our 9 wins or we're gonna try our best to get there. We picked up some good G5 teams, G5 players. We picked up some good FCS players, and we're hoping to turn them around, acclimate them to Power 4 competition, and hopefully, if they have a few years on their belt, by the second year, they would have had the experience to take us to that next level. Yo, that is the conversation that level-headed college football fans are having, and I want to be part of that. I'm tired of being in the swamp. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of being in the swamp and just people just pounding on us. If you see, pause, right? If you hear the conversations about Colorado fans, we're mixing the Colorado fans, which are real football fans, we're mixing them with the Deion Sanders fans. And it's not fair. I promise you, it is not fair because Colorado fans are astute fans. They are level-headed fans that know college football, and they can have some good conversations. I'm telling you. But when it comes to some of the emotional Deion Sanders fans, it's like, bruh, like what are you even talking about? Do you even understand competition? Like when you play in the FCS or you play in the G5, if you are Ashton Genty and you're not, and you're putting up video game numbers, but then when you get to the playoffs, you disappear like Homer Simpson, right? You disappear and you go back into the woods, into that grass. You disappear. You don't even show up. That's what that's about. It's because of the competition that you're playing. There's levels to this. And everybody ain't no dog that comes to Colorado. Let me not be the first or second or third to tell you that. If it's a great player, it's a great player that came from the FCS. If it's a great player that came from Liberty, it's a great player that came. That's what they are. Let's treat them like that. So are Colorado fans and Deion Sanders fans, are they the same? Are Colorado and Deion Sanders fans the same? Because when I did my reporting, when I did my video on the reporting, my sources are legit sources. Fox Sports, Sports Illustrated, and I would probably rank Athlon Sports at the bottom of that because they are still trying to come up. They're not really that. I mean, you're supposed to vet your Richard, your Robert or Richard G. West. You're supposed to vet that guy. I shouldn't be getting bad information from Sports Illustrated. So I can literally confess and say, or concede and say, all right, so apparently Richard G. West he's a satire reporter. I listen, I haven't vetted him, but if everybody's saying like this is bad news or this is fake news or whatever it is, then that person wasn't, it's not linked to anything. He made something up and everybody ran with it. I don't know why Athlon Sports would run with it. I don't know why SI would run with it. Maybe SI had their own information. I don't know. But you have to understand, like, once I see SI, I see Athlon Sports, and I see major writers writing about it, I don't have the research team to go in and I'm not a journalist to go and make phone calls and be like, hey, Dan Lanning, is this true? You got to understand that, right? I'm growing. I'm a YouTuber that's just getting started, right? So I got to lean on these so-called sources like the SI and all these good writers or all these writers that are supposed to do the research that I know as an OG media guy. Nobody's doing research anymore because today, the order of the day is whoever gets it out first. I'm an opinion channel, right? So they are held at a higher standard, but they are supposed to do their research. Back in the day, if you said the New York Times, if you said, yo, the NY Post, they had to go, or CNN or any of these news sources, they had to go and vet, like double check their source before they print anything, because their jobs were literally dependent upon it. Their literal lives were dependent upon it. Now, when it comes to news, some of that is still true. But I didn't know Athlon wasn't going to vet this thing before they put it out. That ain't my fault. I'm a YouTuber with no resources besides them. So what you want from me? So, Mr. Whoever you were, that was not sloppy research. Because I guarantee you, you don't have no access to nothing. All right? So, you probably go on Twitter, you get your information and you run with that. And that ain't my fault. I don't take Twitter information on this channel and just run with it. That's not how I do. All right. So you're like sloppy research. What am I supposed to do? Call Dan Lanning, call Ohio State and be like, hey, yo, Ohio State, yo, son, I heard your names is linked to Nico Iamaleava. Like, bro, is this true? Yeah, I'm a YouTuber that just getting started with close to 15,000 subscribers, right? And the emotional ones are unsubscribing. Because anytime you be critical of Deion Sanders, here we go. Oh, that guy's a clown. I used to follow you, and now I'm unfollowing you because you a clown. Why would you say anything negative? You're putting this stuff out there. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. When it gets to me, it's like, oh, you're a clown. Y'all going to the other channels and y'all talk about certain things. And then when it comes to, oh, you're a clown. Why are you posting fake Deion Sanders information? This is gonna hurt the team. Like, how is it hurting the team? SI talked about it. Are you saying, which I respect, I would say, hey man, we hold you to a higher standard than we do SI. Is that what y'all saying? Do y'all really love me that much? Do y'all really love me this much and y'all not saying it? Is this a secret love? If that's what it is, all right? If y'all looking at a black man, y'all like, yo, black man, look, man, we hold you accountable at a higher standard than all these other fools because we feel like, you know what I'm saying, you're personal, we can reach you. We can't reach them to really get at them. So we getting at you because we feel like, hey, man, we're holding you accountable to really, you know what I'm saying, give us the skinny on the streets because that's how it is. We trust YouTubers more now because than we trust the big sources because they have led us wrong in times. So is that what this is? Why can't you just admit it? If y'all love me, just say you love me, man. JL Boxer, what up with you, man? JL Boxer, what's up with you, homie?
Harry, what's up, man? It seems like you in kind of a pickle, man.
I don't know if it's called. I don't know if it's a pickle or not a pickle. Hey, man, if you can show your face, show your face. Let's talk, man. That's if you can. If you can, then you can. I understand.
Yeah, no, I'll show my face, man. Ain't no problem, man. Hey, but it seemed like you're in sort of a pickle, man.
I don't know if it's a pickle because I've been here for 3 years now, and I've been dealing with this all the way from John the Liquidator days. You feel me? It's all the way back from the John the Liquidator days when we only had like 1 or 2 sources, and we were using the same newspapers, and they used to say, you're stealing John the Liquidator. And then they used to go to John the Liquidator and say, hey, John the Liquidator is stealing your stuff. And I used to tell them, for the sake of the integrity of the space, no, John's not stealing nothing from me. We're using the same newspapers. That's it. And I used to protect John. Of course, John never protected me because that's his character. That's his character. Turned a lot of dudes against me. But I'm like, I used to say, nah, John is not stealing nothing from me. And the people that's around this channel that have been down from day one, they understood. It's like, yeah, Harry B's I've been consistent. I was like, no, if you know anything about news and how it works in sports entertainment, one source will get the information. Usually it's a legit source. They will report on that news, and then it goes viral and everybody else starts to cover it. That's how the sports entertainment news works. It comes from one source, everybody takes it and give their opinion about it. But for some reason, Deion Sanders people, they came to college football and they didn't really understand that. And it was embarrassing to me. And I was like, y'all don't know how this thing works.
No, look, I don't think it's that, man. I don't want to get too deep in it. But look, what I'm not going to do is, I ain't going to call you trash or, traitor or whatever words that people are saying, whatever like that. But what I will say is that, right, as far as your channel and your viewers and your fan base, right? Like you hold a journalistic integrity towards your fan base of how you report your information. So you felt as though you vetted through, whatever sources that deemed to be credible to you. Some people would question Athlon Sports. Some people would even question Sports Illustrated, not necessarily the conglomerate of those companies, but the independent journalists of those companies. Because you got to think, when you look at politics, you can look at one media outlet compared to another one, and you're going to get a certain type of rhetoric or verbiage from one outlet to the next. So I think as far as like the people that support you, the over 14,000 subscribers that you have, they may not all be Colorado fans, but the ones that are Colorado fans that come to you to get, what they deem as valuable and credible and integrity, they felt like you dropped the ball on that. I felt like you dropped the ball on that to make mention of it. You probably heard the term, all money is not good money when it comes to reporting and such things like that. So although you may have felt, and I can't speak for you, so I'm only assuming, you may have felt like, hey, this information is out here, so I'm simply speaking on the information. But the way the information, could be presented, people are going to perceive it differently than what you may have wanted to present it as. So you can't discredit people for taking in the information of how you put it out there. All you have to do is go back, reevaluate yourself as a YouTuber, as somebody that supports the program, because you're still a supporter of the program, and go back and, look to say, okay, all right, I put this information out. I spoke to this information briefly. Everybody else is speaking to it. What does that mean to me, knowing how closely you followed the program? Knowing how closely you followed the program when they were trying to secure, what's the young man, number 10, quarterback that we went all in on a high school, Juju. Went all in on this high school kid. Went all in on Caden Salter. You reported this information of going all in on these people, on these players specifically, and then to report to say, well, Colorado could potentially be in the. Come on, man. I'm not gonna say it's irresponsible, but I've seen better from you, Harry. That's what I'll say. I've seen better from you. I've seen you put out better clips than that, and I'm not gonna call it clickbaitish because it's an art to putting out stuff on YouTube. It's time consuming. I understand. I'm in the process of starting my own channel now, and I understand the work that goes into it. But all money isn't good money. And I want to say your viewers probably feel as though that's a little clickbait, Harry. You could have stayed away from that topic, knowing how much work and effort you put it in to talk about the recruitment of Juju, to talk about the recruitment of Caden Salter. It's kind of like, it's kind of contradictory to say, we went all in for this guy. We finally got this guy. Now, all of a sudden, another name, a big name, Nico's a big name, coming from a big school. Oh, it's reported that Colorado may be in the hunt or possibly, nah, come on, man.
Okay, so
it just wouldn't make sense.
In the spirit of defending myself, I respect your take and your opinion because you are a supporter. But okay, so okay. If you were in my shoes, you said you about to start your own channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you were in my shoe and you didn't take the information from Twitter, you got it from SI, you saw RJ Young talk about it from Fox Sports,
mm-hmm.
You saw Dan Lanning actually respond to it, right? And you're asking yourself, why is Colorado linked to this, right? You're telling me that if you follow all of, I don't know if you're a journalist or if you understand how journalism works. If you follow all of the right path to get to vet the information as much as you can, because I'm not a big organization yet. I'm gonna get there, but I'm not big enough yet to where I have like when TMZ started, they didn't have so many reporters everywhere, right? I'm following the same path as TMZ or other sources where maybe in a couple of years, you will see me, once my money starts to grow, you will see me put boots on the ground in different places to give me good information that I'm not going to come on here and give you bad information. So right now I'm growing and I just started but I'm using credible sources. I'm using SI. I'm using Fox Sports. I'm using Dan Lanning himself. I am using sources that are legit. So when I use legit sources, it becomes a conversation that everybody is having. It's no longer you got some dusty information from the corners of Twitter and you're reporting on that as if it's legit information. That's not what happened here. So at which point do people say, if y'all understand what clickbait means, which I don't think a lot of people understand, I think they're just throwing that word out there. Clickbaiting is usually when you kind of you hook the people to come to you for you to say something, and then you say something that is not even what you got them to come and talk about. I think people are saying clickbait when it pertains to Deion Sanders because they didn't like the information, because the information was not true. So that's why they're calling it clickbait. But that's not the nature or the definition of what clickbait is. If the information was bad, it was bad. And then there are respectable people who knows about sports and said, "Oh nah, that dude was tripping. The information has already been X, Y, and Z." And then we say Coach Prime is not about to ruin his X, Y, and Z. But but you have to understand, like, this is where most of the information, this is how it goes for the most part when it comes to sports entertainment. This is how it goes. Everybody talks about it, but why am I held to a different standard?
Well, look, and again, I believe you know your fan base.
Are you holding RJ Young to a different standard at Fox Sports? RJ Young is bigger than me.
Yeah.
He got over 100,000 fans. Are you holding him to a higher standard?
I don't buy into what RJ Young says because he doesn't report on Colorado as frequently as you would. Now, he may work for a bigger platform than you, but he doesn't go and he doesn't break down the nuances of the football program as you do.
No, he does. He's a Deion fan.
No,
RJ Young.
He'll talk.
RJ Young was literally on a live with Prime.
I understand that.
I think Big Dog Chico.
I saw that. But again, if you go back, you can pull up RJ Young now. And if RJ Young is speaking about Colorado, he's going to speak about Colorado in the same sense of what you're referring to with the SI from just a small clipping, just a small snippet of information. He's not doing a deep dive. There's no investment with the program as though you have investment with the program. For crying out loud, you say bandwagon buffs. That's investment within itself. RJ Young is just RJ Young, and he's going to take pieces of information and he'll present it. He may not speak for Colorado.
Where I'm trying to get to. Is that what you're saying?
Look, he may not speak for Colorado for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Right.
You're going to constantly speak about Colorado. Now, whether you continuously do it in a positive light or a negative light, that's up to you. And I'm not saying what you did was negative, but it was out of the ordinary from, if you go through multiple of your videos for the program, it was out of the ordinary. It came off as clickbait.
You talking about from a Colorado standpoint, from a Colorado news standpoint?
From a follower of the program. Now, look, we may not agree on every player. We may not call every player a dog, or we may not say this guy's a star or superstar and stuff like that. But ultimately, we still follow the program, right? And the way you report on the program is though you have a likeness for the program to see them exceed, to do right?
I'm a Prime fan first.
A Prime fan first.
Yeah, so I want everybody to understand. I'm not a Colorado fan first. I'm a Prime fan first. I'm a bandwagon buff because of Prime, right?
Exactly. So when you report on the program, whether it's reporting on the program itself or reporting on Coach Prime, you typically report on the program in a light that's conducive for your fan base.
Okay, so a lot of the fans are looking at this as a betrayal because they feel like you're shining a negative light on the program when it comes to like being linked to this guy. Because if you watch the video that I put out, it was not necessarily anything malicious that I said. I said, I'm asking questions like, why is Colorado's name in this? Because we got Juju Lewis, we got Caden Salter. So why is Colorado's name in this? So I don't know. You know what? Let's bring on DC. Maybe he has a different point of view, and I don't know. But I just want to understand. I want people out there to know, which I respect your opinion. Thank you for coming on here to shine some light. And then Hush 50. RJ is a Fox College sports journalist. He's not running a CU fan channel. See, that's the type of stuff I like. If people just keep it okay, so you're running a channel and we're looking to you for legit information, then it's like it's respectful in nature. It's not disrespectful in nature. You're like, yo, we're looking to you because you are our guy that we look for information, and we respect what you do. But if you coming at me, you a clown, but then you watching the videos and you getting legit information to go out there and share in conversations when you're on other channels, and then just be respectful. But when somebody call you out of your name, like, yo, if we're on the street, you're not calling me that name. I guarantee you. You know what I'm saying? That's how I take it sometimes. I'm like, but you got to understand, you on this here internet, and it's different. Like, I'm about to spaz out on somebody.
But what I would say as far as like personal jabs and stuff like that. Look, man, I'm not for that, but I understand that the internet owes me nothing. YouTube owes me nothing. People in the comments owes me nothing. Your 14,000 subscribers, they owe you nothing. So a comment could be easily put in to insult you and insult your intelligence or whatever like that. I mean, you know the person that you are. You know your intent behind the video, but at the same time, understanding how to go about something a certain way. RJ Young has no affiliation with the program. No.
But I was never on no live with Prime. So he's closer. He's way closer than I am.
He was on the live with Prime by virtue of people that are right-handed to Prime. He's not having RJ Young ain't having no conversations with Prime.
But
he
that's
had
Prime
a conversation
guy,
with Uncle Neely and Big Dog Chico, and he got brought into the fold.
You know
there's no conversation with RJ Young and Prime. That's not happening, man.
Yes, it is. No. I gotta debunk that. I'm sorry, but I gotta correct you. Now, I will say this: that at a certain point, Prime has his people that are his pundits or his people, right? He has his pundits, right? Yeah. RJ Young is a Prime pundit. Let's just make that clear. He is not. No, yes, he is. RJ Young is a Prime pundit.
He's not a Prime. He's not a Prime. RJ Young clearly reports on the things that Colorado puts out for him to see, and he makes opinions based on that. He's not getting any direct information from Uncle Neely or Coach Prime himself or Bucky he's not getting any information from those people that are close-knit to the program, that are in charge of the media. He's simply forming opinions based off of what he sees. Like the rest of us.
Somebody should tell Prime that, because RJ Young is one of those people that has he's a fake. Prime is not his buddy. They're not buddy, but maybe RJ Young purposely detached himself from the primates because he understood, because he wanted to be able to be subjective and objective, right, about the way that he spoke about the sport that he covers. Because a lot of once you get into that Prime inner circle, you are not allowed to be objective anymore. You are not allowed to speak.
That's not true. That's not true.
Are you serious? Have you heard?
Yeah, I mean that's not true. If you watch the pregame network, Uncle Neely has spoken negatively about issues in the program.
Negatively, or are you saying negatively? Because that's a term you got to be careful how you're using that.
Yeah, he has given his
constructive criticism. It's a constructive criticism.
Constructive criticism can be perceived as negative from the receiver.
Only from the primates, though. That's what I'm saying.
No,
it's negative.
It's not only from the primate. If Uncle Neely goes out and says, man, the offensive line, like, they play really bad and they need to play better.
I'm not talking about obvious stuff. No.
Line. They play really now.
JR, stop.
He's not coming out.
I ain't talking about obvious stuff that we all talk about. I'm talking about if Prime gets a player that's not a superstar, like Sincere is a superstar.
but see, so now to me, it seems like though now it's like you're moving the goalpost or the narrative further along to assure what you've done as like, I should be okay with doing this. That's fine. If that's how you wanted to report it or inquire about it, that's perfectly fine. Stand in it, own it, But if you did not mean it that way, then verify, again, with a source that is close to the program. Now, if this was
How
like
are you gonna do that?
Brian Howell or something like that, a CU beat writer, they have several CU beat writers that tend to get information about the program.
Adam
So if
Mustard
it
Tiger,
was a
Brian
beat
Howell.
writer like that, because the information, it wasn't going to come from Neely, it wasn't going to come from Bucky, it wasn't going to come from Darius, it wasn't going to come from a source like that. It would have came from a beat writer attached to the program. RJ Young is not attached to the program. Sports Illustrated is not attached to the program.
No, but I'm saying when you're vetting
Akron Sports, they're not attached to the program. They're not. What's the other guy? Brian Howe and the other guy, I believe his name starts with an M, something like that. But if one
Adam
of those
Mustard
beat
Tiger,
writers,
Mustard Tiger.
yeah, Mustard Tiger. If Adam Mustard Tiger puts some information out, then you got some legs to go on. You know what? He is a little closer to the program. There is people that he speaks to in the building outside of Neely and Bucky and Darius and the rest of there's people that he knows within the program that he could potentially get that information from. But to take
I don't
it
think
from
I don't think
SI, which SI is a big brand, but the individual that works at that brand, they're miles away from the brand itself. They could put out a story and it could be
but that's not how this
QC
works. Hey, yo,
by
hold
the
on,
local
JR.
person.
Hold on, JR. I gotta bring DC on. He's been in the green room for too long, but I'm gonna cover that later. That's not how this works. It can't just be insiders. You can't just get your information. You will never survive. All right. So let me. I'll tell you a little bit about that a little bit, but that's not how it works. DC, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today?
Doing pretty good, brother. How about you, JR Boxing? You enjoying that retirement?
DC, are you able to show your face today?
So
Yes or
far,
no?
I'm enjoying it.
I'm ripping and running today, so
Okay.
I'm not able to show the pearly whites.
Okay. So let me before I jump you in, let me get Phil So Real. His comment says, is this now the expectation for every channel when they post clickbait or have one bad video, we have to have a coming to Jesus meeting? All right, so
Hey, call them out, Phil.
So check this out, Harry. That's a great segue for me. That's a great one. So I understand that people don't, generally have a love for Prime. I have a love for Prime. That also has the parallel of having a love for
I'll be right
CU
back. Give
where
me
he
1 second.
coaches. But here's the thing. I've watched other channels say stuff that Colorado's gonna have 10 people get drafted this year. Nobody says anything. I've seen channels sit back and say Colorado has the best receiver core. Call you a hater. I've seen people say just different things. And so I think Phil brings up a good point, is that if he were to say something positive, then there would not be the level of pushback. It's not questioned. When it's something negative, then it's doggone, basically getting like you being waterboarded by the CIA with it. And I think what Harry's sit back saying is this true? Let's talk about it. Well, we found out it's not true. But he's right. That's the name of the game, is that here's like this. I've watched Paul Feinbaum say crap about almost every SEC coach, and they light him up. But at the end of the day, he still has that show. And part of the space that's been legacy is to talk crap. It's to talk about the rumors. It's to talk about the lies. It's to talk about the truth. Now, if it is the consensus of the Colorado community is that we don't want to hear nothing negative unless it's verifiable truth, but all the positive, we can entertain that, then what are we doing? What are we discussing?
Look, certain people, in my opinion, what you said is true. Certain people have an affection for the program, and that's what they choose to see. That's just like if I wanted to hear something positive about the current administration, I would tune in to Fox News. I know I'm not going to tune in to CNN and hear a positive spin on anything about the current administration. So when you have a viewership, Harry, you know, like I said, wherever you want to take it, you know, that's your responsibility as how you want to take it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with answering the question to say, yeah, like, are they, looking into this? But my thing is, it's like the source of where you say, well, we pulled it from Athlon Sports, when I think yourself broke down an article on Athlon Sports to say the information wasn't true when they said they was having issues in the locker room. And then to say, well, RJ Young reported it. RJ Young has no affiliation with the program within itself. That's why I said, if you were to pull it from Brian Howell, Adam Munster Tiger, to be like, oh, like, they reported this, all right, this story may have some legs. RJ Young and the other outlet, they just trying to catch a Colorado wave of players. I mean, of information that's
true,
being put out.
That's not true.
Yes, it's true. How often?
RJ Young ain't trying to catch no Colorado wave.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
Yes, man. Yes. How often does RJ Young report on Colorado?
Okay, hold up. Let's make
it's
this
not
clear.
often.
RJ Young was the first person to rank Colorado in the top 25 when everybody was crapping on Colorado.
And that's fine, Harry.
And now you're telling me this thing, RJ Young is the guy that's trying to catch Colorado crumbs? Come on,
how often does he report on Colorado?
As often as possible.
For a while, Harry, before you took an extended hiatus, you reported on Colorado every other day. You probably have more Colorado content than RJ Young has.
But I think Harry, to me, is weighted Colorado, but it's not a sole Colorado channel. I mean, because if you look at like some of the stuff he posts, it'll deal with the SEC, Big Ten. He's had basketball stuff. He has different things out there.
Absolutely. I don't hold that against him, but Harry is using RJ Young as a scapegoat to say, well, RJ Young, he spoke with Coach Prime. He spoke with Coach Prime last year. We haven't heard anything about RJ Young and Coach Prime since.
Right, but check this out. Here's the danger with that, though, JR. This is a great discussion. So here's the thing. If Harry was to build, which he could, a direct line with Colorado and be able to talk like some other people do, then he will not be able to say other stuff. Because as soon as he does, because we've seen that happen to a content creator, as soon as he said something that was negative or perceived negative, he got cut off. Or in that he didn't have a certain amount of flow. So that's the thing about it. If he does not maintain autonomy, then he won't be able to say certain things that actually may be true, but may not be favorable. I get what you're saying, and I agree. If someone is a primarily like, let's just call a channel out. Life of Football is primary Colorado. Obviously, they have a direct line with that. I don't expect to hear anything negative from them. I know that I don't expect us to hear. I do
that's my guy. Colin is my guy. Like I respect him.
And I have
he's a man of God, and I respect him fully.
Yes. I have seen him give.
I don't talk trash about any other creator.
Right, and I have seen him give constructive criticism at times. Not a lot, but he does do that. So y'all give him that props. But if that's the danger about it, if you get locked in where it's like direct line kind of conversation, then he will not be able to be. He will always have to basically, write everything in the company ink. If basically he will have to stick to that script, and I think that's the thing about the independent YouTubers. It gives them a little flexibility to do it this way because once you link on to something, then they're going to be more so. This is what we want you to say.
But I got a question though. What about the Colorado fans, the same Colorado fans that will get the RJ Young comments, that will get in the RJ Young comments and be having a football conversation about the same information? What about that? So it's like he's telling you the same thing I'm telling you, but you come to me with the disrespect, but then you are in other people's comments having a good old time. Like, oh yeah. Oh, he's not coming over here. Just normal conversation.
look, like I said, as far as that, the one thing I've learned about the internet, like I said, it owes you nothing. It owes you nothing. The same person that can pay you a comment one time, the next comment could be them bashing you. They owe you nothing. They don't. I mean, they're listening to your content, you know, whether they agree with your content, disagree with your content, but they owe you nothing. And you owe them nothing. But
I mean, I have my analytics. I know where a lot of my stuff comes from.
Yeah, but
So,
but
yeah.
if you're putting a platform together, and like I said, we've had discussions on your panel to say where the team can improve. We don't think they're too good in this position. We don't think this. We don't think this. Some people perceive that as constructive criticism. Some people perceive it as negative. It's the receiver that takes in the information and how they process it of how they want to take it in.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you something, JR. Let me ask you this. But what's wrong with let's just talk about hypothetical, because I understand people don't agree with what Harry did. I'm kind of fine with it because I understand the space. I don't like when people trash CU for no reason. That bothers me, and I'm never gonna fall for that, even if it's freaking Ball State or something. But let's just let's ask this question. What's wrong with just a hypothetical Nico to CU? Would you not want a QB
Right.
that
I'm
has
about to
one
ask you the same question.
that has already played in the playoffs? Number one, two. Why would he not want to come to CU when CU just lost one of the highest players with the NIL, two high players? So he knows there's money at CU. Why would he not want to go there? If I were his dad, I would be sitting here saying, Coach Prime, let me holler at you. What kind of deal can we? You know what? Forget the Bugatti. I don't need no Cybertruck like Shadur had. I don't even need to sell fried chicken. I just want to come here and put myself in the best light. Let me come in. You know what? I was asking for, but I'm gonna come for the low 2 mil. What would be wrong with that?
I would say nothing would be wrong with it if Coach Prime presented himself as that. But what have you heard from Coach Prime that would give you the thought that he would entertain that, when he has said on several occasions, look, when young men talking to me about money, I know they're not right for my program. So what's the story out now about Nico?
But can you say that? Can you say that when the last highest paid person was your son? You got to understand there's also, but again, I'm not tripping on it at all. I'm just saying is that somebody will pick up the phone and have a conversation. They're probably not going to go direct to Coach Prime. Then that's going to be hey, this person is considered. Because think about this: when they talk money, you think Juju went there for free? He went there for money.
Absolutely. Is there money involved in it? But what's leading the story for Nico Collins right now? Nico Collins. For Nico right now, it's not his talent, it's the money. The process that led to Juju being there was his talent. We're recruiting him for his talent. We understand the nature of where the game of college football is now. Yes, money is involved, NIL is involved, boosters are involved, but that's not the conversation around Nico right now. The conversation around Nico is money. He left Tennessee for money.
JR, let me call you out a little bit. Let me call you out because I think you're cherry picking. You do this cherry picking that Colorado fans do, not Colorado fans, Deion Sanders fans do. You remember the other comment that Coach Prime made when he said, the name of the game is the NIL and these kids want to get paid. Do you remember that comment? Because he did say, remember earlier in the game, he said, Coach Prime he always does this, right? Because he wants to stand on business. Like, oh, I'm not getting nobody for no money. If they want money, don't come here. But then when he realized that, oh, shoot, this is the name of the game and we can't get away from that. Boosters, bring money. We need all the money to get the best players. Do you remember that comment?
I remember the comment going something like this. The name of the game is NFL, not NIL. So I don't know if you missed that.
I'm asking
that
you
part.
do you remember that comment?
I
Because
remember
he
him
said it.
saying the name of the game is NFL, not NIL.
Oh, so you don't remember the comment where he said, I want the boosters to send money. NIL, these kids, we need money because, we got these kids, they're going to get paid. And that's the name of the, you don't remember him saying that?
Okay, so I'll give you this, Harry. Even if he said that, what does that have to do with Nico being
Because you were
associated with Colorado?
You were just trying to trap us with, if you know that Coach Prime he said originally that if you are about the money, don't come here. But that's what I'm saying. Coach Prime says a lot of things that people don't follow. You credited me of really being in I'm a deep diver of Coach Prime, so I know everything that he puts out in the media. Okay, my assistant sends me my AI assistant sends me every word that he breathes, especially if it has to do with us. But he also did say, hey, I understand that today's game, the NIL game, we got to play that game also. I'm not quoting him, verbatim, but he did acknowledge that, yes, the NIL thing is a real thing, and we need money in that chest, that war chest, to be able to acquire some of these players. He said
But here go
that.
the thing, Harry. But he
So
also
you can't say
said
one part of what he said and then not say the other part because then you'll try to say, well, if you know that he said that, then why would you play this Nico video? Or why would you make this Nico video? But I remember him saying also that the name of the game is to win, and the name of the game is to also remember that these players got to get paid too. So that's where my base would come from.
Go ahead, DC. I'll go after you.
Well, I did hear Coach Prime out of his mouth say, some players come in asking money, and he was even referencing Saban and how Saban was saying that. But he did say, but when it comes to a good QB, he said, you going to have to pay. That Prime said that right out of his mouth. Remember hearing that. Now, I get, JR, I want you to understand, I get what you're saying. I get what the fans are saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like, hey, it looked like there was a jump in the gun on it, and you see it's on the story where all the facts had not been there. But I mean, I think it'd be a reasonable assumption that SI article and a couple of the major ones, they are likely true. Notice I didn't say they are absolutely true. To say it's likely. But the thing I would say is that also we have to consider some of these articles are thrown out there because there are agents, or at least people acting as agents, floating stuff out there. Think about how many times was Coach Prime's name floated out there for a job, and it was floated out there, or what he said was to pin CU's back against the wall to say, y'all gonna give me this money because you see these people are interested in me. That happens all the time. Now now the question that you asked, which I'll answer, is that why why would it be Nico? Let me say this, and then I want him to use that. There's a quarterback from Oklahoma, and that he transferred to Auburn, and he got paid. Do you know why they took the QB from, I forget what his name, and Phil will put it in the chat, from Oklahoma to Auburn? You know why he's at Auburn?
What, offensive coordinator went there or something?
Not just that, it's because he beat Bama. He was able to get them down that field and beat Bama, and that Oklahoma game was the game that knocked Bama out of the playoffs. So that QB showed that he had the ability to go up against Auburn's biggest rival, as well as he had the ability to win some big games. And so that's why they get here. Now, I'm going to say this, my thing, and then I'll toss it back over to you. I get where people are coming from when it comes to Nico. But I would not be upset if, as a Colorado fan, again, I'm not a pom-pom shaking Colorado fan. I'm just a fan. I wear the shirt, but I ain't shaking no pom-poms. But the thing it is that I like, that I wouldn't have had a problem had Colorado got him. I wouldn't hate on it. Now, if they paid him what he was asking, I would say that's foolish. But I don't have a problem with it. Go ahead.
Look, what I'll say to this is, if Colorado was seeking a quarterback, like actively looking for a quarterback, I have no issue with the story. But the fact that they're not actively looking for a quarterback that's the, like the, all right, where you going with
Well,
that
how
one?
do you know
Kind of
that
thing.
though?
Well, hold
How do
on.
you
Let me
know
say
that?
this. Hold on. Let me just say this. It's that if I'm sitting at the bar and let's say, all right, so if I had a celebrity crush, I'm just gonna use one. Let's say it's just Megan Good, which is not, but we're gonna use her as an example. And let's say I'm sitting there with at the table with Glorilla, and we're like, you know what, Glorilla, I'm gonna make you my lady. And then Megan walks in. So I'm like, you know what, everybody, me and Gorilla and I, we a thing. When she talks, whenever she mentions me, she says, my man, my man, my man, how they do it. Then Megan walks in and she winks. She said, what's up, DC? I'm gonna sit back and say, hold on one second. You know what? I like Glorilla, but my girl Meg sitting here talking some stuff. So guess what? I'm gonna entertain it. That's what I'm saying. Is that the baby to the point where it is with Salter is because Nico wasn't available. He is now. So that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't follow, but you guys' thoughts.
Yeah, to me, like I said, if the program has put out there that they're actively looking for, actively looking
You,
for
come on, be
for
fair,
people.
Jr. Would the program ever say that?
Yes, the
When have
program
you
will
ever
say
known a
what they're
program to
actively
put
looking
their
for.
information out there like that?
The program clearly stated what they're actively looking for by just having two people commit. They were actively looking for offensive linemen. They were actively looking for another receiver in the transfer portal. They just put it out there. Now, if you still had quarterbacks coming in for visits during the transfer portal, or they're bringing in graduate transfer QBs to beef up the room, that is the program's way of saying we're still looking for talent. That is what they're saying when they do that. If you look at the report of all the players that come in for these days that they have, these portal days or these recruiting visits and stuff like that, they're telling you what they're actively looking for. They brought in offensive
So let me
linemen
ask you
because they're
this.
actively looking for offensive linemen. They brought in Sincere Brown because they're actively looking for a wide receiver. You're going to tell by the
Okay, let
next
me ask you
portal
something.
visits that they have come up, you will know what they're looking for. Now, is Coach Prime going to come to the microphone and be like, you know what? We're looking for a quarterback like Nico to come. No, he's not going to say that. But if you look, because you follow the program, Harry, you follow the program, DC. Oh, they got some recruits coming in for a visit. They got high school recruits coming in. Okay, high school. Oh, okay, but they got some grad transfers coming in. Oh, what positions are these grad transfers? Oh, they're these positions. Oh, okay, that's what the program is looking for.
Jordan Seaton, what position he plays?
Tackle.
Okay.
Left tackle specifically.
Okay. All right. Let's hold it right there. We know after the spring game, the transfer portal opens. Remember Lamonius Craig. He jetted out as soon as the spring game was over.
Absolutely.
Jordan Seaton is your 5-star. He did well last year. Do you believe? I got a series of questions, and I want you to follow my line of thinking. Jordan Seaton is your 5-star. He's growing, and you know that he's good. This is my first question to you. Do you believe that there are other tackles better than Jordan Seaton out there?
In college football, yes.
Okay, let's hold it right there. If two tackles became available in the transfer portal, would you, if you were the CEO or the head coach of Colorado, would you go after those tackles?
No, because I'm invested in my tackle. That's the thing. If you're invested in something, that's like the example that DC just gave. But now make it your wife. Make it more personal. You recruited Jordan Seaton. You went out. You put your neck out on the line to bring him in, to groom him, to make him your best version of the tackle. So with your wife, you sought your wife out. You sought to have a family out. But if America deems some other lady the most beautiful lady of the world and she becomes available, are you going to go seek her out now because she's available? No.
Let me tell you how flawed your
You're
thinking is.
committed. You're committed
Let me
to your wife. CU
let me
is
tell you how flawed
committed
your
to
thinking is
Jordan
when it comes to
Seaton.
college football, because you're trying to make this about
No,
wives, and I don't know what that means. That's kind of weird
I'm
to
trying
me.
to break down a paradigm of commitment. They have
No,
made a
I understand. You
commitment.
don't have to go.
They have made
I
they
get it.
made the program has made a commitment to Jordan
Yes,
Seaton.
but let me tell you how flawed that thinking is. Because if you want to be a winning program, just like the
It's,
Big Ten or
it's not
the
like that,
SEC,
Harry.
hold on. I'll let you talk. If you want to be a winning program, if you want to win playoff games, you're going to have to stack 5 and 4 stars, just like the other programs. We cannot make this about feelings. I feel like we're taking it away from what wins games, and we're trying to make it about, because if you look at other programs, I guarantee you they have a couple of Jordan Seatons on that team. It ain't just one Jordan Seatons and we're good with this tackle. No. What happens if Jordan Seaton gets tired? We need another viable player, but we want to make a run into the playoffs. So why are we saying we're committed to Jordan Seaton, but we can't bring another tackle in that's just as good as Jordan Seaton?
That's fine, but you frame the question as, so Jordan Seaton is the best offensive lineman for CU. But if other offensive linemen become available, are we going to then bring them in to essentially replace Jordan Seaton?
Not to replace him.
That's not how that works.
No, because you're thinking about replacing Jordan Seaton is to add to the offensive line. But Jordan Seaton's going to feel some kind of way because he's the guy.
And they just brought in an offensive lineman. They just brought one in because they need the offensive lineman, Harry. Like the argument you're trying to make is not a very good argument. And typically you make good arguments. But that's not a good argument.
I'm just trying to say you got to
that's
stack
like
at
saying
the position.
Kansas City Chiefs,
one guy is not enough.
That's like saying the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL.
Let me give you an example.
Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl. Let's go get Jalen Hurts. It doesn't work like that, Harry. It doesn't work.
Well, I will tell you this is that
you gotta listen to your man Hush. Hush 50, he said you can stack the deck at other positions, but not a QB.
The previous quarterback from Georgia. Should Miami go after Nico now? Should they be you know what? We think Nico's a little bit better than Carson Beck. Let's go after Nico. They're not going to do that, Harry. They have committed to Carson Beck.
I can see the quarterback thing, but at the line, I don't know if I can.
Well, hold on one second, because I will tell you, if Florida State has their way, Nico probably will be there.
Who's the quarterback for Florida State, DC?
Exactly.
No, exactly.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, man. I know. Whoever they had.
CU has committed to Salter. They have committed to Juju. They went all out. They brought this young man on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That was my point in the video. The funny thing is, that was my point in the video. That I made that specific point. If any of y'all took the time to watch the video, that was literally my point in the video.
That's what I said.
I made that point in the video.
My thing with the video and it's the explanation of, man, this is where I got these sources from. RJ Young is not a credible source when it comes to CU.
Let me ask you this then, JR. All right. So let's just woo solid. Let's pull out our gold jackets. And let Ralphie run around a little bit. Get rid of some energy. Yeah, we're gonna put our gold jackets on, let Ralphie run around, get some energy out, because he's been cooped up in the stable because it's been cold.
Due to the tariffs, the price of gold is down. So
that's all right then. That's all right. I'm about to get on this. Right, I'm about to get on this father stock though. On another note, J.R. Boston. But anyway, that's for long-term investment. But anyway, here's the thing. So if I'm sitting there, are you going to sit here and tell me, with your growing your beard after 20-something years of shaving your face almost every day, are you going to tell me that if you had a chance to get a playoff quarterback that did pretty good, that beat the Bamas, that beat the teams to get in there, that you would choose Salter over Nico?
The
if
optics
I
was bad.
if
DC.
I have already
Go ahead.
if I have already committed and invested into Salter, then I'm sticking with Salter because I chose
Okay.
as a program to commit to him. Now, if they both came out in the winter portal, then you go and you pick who you feel as though the best
I see the
quarterback
argument.
is.
I
But
see
that's
the
not the
argument.
Okay.
case.
I respect that
Right.
argument, but
Already
But hold on, let me
committed
tell you
to
this.
one person.
But
But
here's what
you,
I'm gonna tell you right now. Here's what I'm gonna tell you right now.
this your service. I was checking to see if you still in the service.
it's hey,
I'm gonna tell.
DC. It's a little bit
What's
more
that?
sensitive for the QB position. I'm just gonna
But here's
I'm
the
gonna
thing.
concede
But
to that argument because I think
I get what you're saying.
Hutch
But
50
check this
said
out.
you can stack other positions, but the QB position is a little bit more sensitive, and you got to be very careful because you can lose your locker room.
But hold on one second, because here's the thing. The reason why Georgia was in a position they was in because they used to have a stacked QB room and then they didn't. Auburn had one. Alabama has a stacked one. Check this out. This ain't nothing new. Because check this out. There was a quarterback who won a national championship yet last year. But the year before that, he was at Kansas State. You know why he wound up being asked to find another place to go? Because some young hot shot person QB came in that could run as fast as Lamar Jackson and can halfway throw, which we realized he could not throw that well, but he threw well enough to beat CU in Colorado, and that was Avery. So we had Johnson at Kansas State. So I will tell you this: the SEC schools. Now I will have to. I don't want to concede it, but the logical side of me has to concede that yes, with a QB, it is different. But my thing is, if I would not get rid of Juju, but if I had a choice to get Nico and ask Salter, hey, I think Ball State needs a new QB. I probably would be leaning towards that. Reason being is because I don't think Salter's bad at all. I just think when you have somebody that's been in these big environments and big games, just like Shador was able to do it, because and he can run. That's what I'm saying. But I get what y'all are saying.
So I have a question, right? I get it, right? Coach Prime is going into the portal and quarterback searching. Let's say Nico and Salter are coming at the same time. You say we're gonna pick Nico, or you say you're gonna pick Salter?
I'm saying I'm not answering that question because that's not the case. That's not the case. They didn't come out at the same time, Harry. One guy came out well before the other guy.
You
and
can't
the
play
program
along.
is already committed to that guy. That's what I'm saying.
I know you're trying to start your channel on a good foot with the CU fan base, but come on,
No,
you can't play along.
No, because that. To me, that's you conceding now, but you don't want to say, you know what, JR?
No, I'm big enough to concede. Okay, I got the story wrong. Okay, I should have vetted the. I don't know how do you vet SI. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so it's a bad story. I ain't saying like, okay, see you. If Coach Prime said that was fake news, it was fake news. But what I come from as a man, I can respect another man. By just saying, I can just go into his comments and say, nah, yo, this information is not, Coach Prime already said it was bad. And just move on. I ain't got to get personal with nobody. Yeah. I ain't got to say, yo, you a clown. You don't know what you're talking about. I ain't
check it out,
that's too much.
I don't agree with how people communicate in the, in spaces and things like that, because I'm all about like respect. Even though I've never met you in person, but I see your face on YouTube. You see my face on YouTube. We communicate often enough. I'm not gonna just disrespect you just for the point of disrespecting you. But again, the internet, this YouTube, they owe you nothing. They're gonna put whatever comment they want to put and move on with life.
I mean, it's not about owing. It's about respect. It's about the respect that you have in the space. You don't have to owe me nothing, but I can see you going. I can literally pull up everything that, not you personally, but I can pull up where somebody has been throughout the YouTube space. I know where they're at, and I follow the sports spaces. So if I can check you, you can go into different spaces and have conversations. So it's not about that. It's about the fact that you gotta respect yourself first. We as Liberians, we always say, my man, respect yourself. If you gotta respect yourself because you're representing your family, you're representing your God, and you're representing other people and then yourself. You gotta respect yourself. You calling somebody out their name and you don't know them.
But most people are sitting under aliases. My name is not JR Boxing. I'm under an alias, Harry. So it's
let me ask you this. But let me present this thing though. Think about this. Can we say this? While it may have been a bad story, it's one heck of a conversation. Think about it.
It's a good conversation.
Here and talk,
yes.
well, why would I get him? Why wouldn't I get him? Why would get and that's kind of where I think Harry was going. Is that
Yeah, I think that's where you were going. I think that's where Harry was going.
Don't say nothing yet. Hold on. Hold that thought. If I was to wait for the perfect CU story, I would never have a video. And let me give you some advice right now. When you start your channel, I promise you, in the sports entertainment space, if you are trying to please everybody and wait for the perfect time to say something, you will not eat in this space for too long. There's a lot of sports entertainment stories that even some people like, okay, we didn't know that this was happening. Ocho Cinco and what's the name of Unk? We all do the same thing. Somebody puts it out there until it's debunked on a wider space. Everybody talks about it. It's a conversation. And that's what makes sports what it is, enjoyable. You just have the conversation. You're like, man, that's crazy. It's like going to the barber shop. You go to the barbershop, somebody says something outlandish, somebody says something crazy. You're like, come on now. You know Coach Prime ain't about to mess with his stuff, getting that crazy dude. And then we all talk about it, and that's what makes the thing, it becomes a camaraderie. We all talk about it. You debunk the story. You call me crazy, I call you crazy. I'm like, okay, that's what it is. And it's fun. It's a sports conversation.
Because y'all notice? Right, because notice this, how Hutch 50 was saying one thing, but then when we went to that, he was saying Nico over Salter, if the price is reasonable. That's kind of how I said. Now, I understand exactly what JR is saying. Hey, if you start moving these people and you show you ain't loyal, you better expect disloyalty also. I understand that aspect, and you don't want to mess with that position when you only, what are we at, April? We got maybe 4 months for you. I mean, I get exactly what you're saying in that. Because then if you may bring in somebody that has good talent, but was toxic at another school, and it was gone and was trying to hold the schools hostage. But again, bad story, but that's a great conversation to have.
Yes. It's a great conversation. It's a great sports conversation. And that's why RJ Young had it. When Dan Lanning was like, no comment, he talked about it. But after he covered the Dan Lanning situation, he went into understanding, say, okay, this is what the sports have become. He talked about NIL and what it's doing to the sports. Josh Pate did the same thing, talked about NIL with the Nico situation. So that's what it is. Y'all can't, first of all, y'all know this channel for doing research and bringing like some legit research information from like different angles for CU and other teams. When I do some of those videos, y'all don't support that video. Y'all like some people will not support the video, but then they're always saying, oh, why don't you do this? But then when I do that, I don't see you in the comments. So that's disingenuous also. It's like, yo, you want me to not eat and to feed your ego or your whatever your disposition is, but then when I do it, you don't support it. So I can't trust you.
I think what you're doing right now about the topic would probably be more advantageous to talk about it. Let's come on. Hey, I'm doing a panel. Come on. And what's this? CU Nico? Question mark? We'll discuss it kind of thing. But it's not a discussion if you just put the information out there. It's just your point of view or what viewers are viewing as your point of view.
I
Yes, but
respect that.
but you know what? If he had did clickbait would be something like Colorado, let's say he put something like that. What up, my Nico? And he had Colorado there, question mark.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
my
So
Nico finna
like
come
if you were to
see you.
do it like that, because now you're having a panel and a conversation about it for people to be like, well, you know, this and well, you know, that, and oh, okay, well, I can see where you're going, but hey man, this is my question. There's no question when you make the video and you put it out and say, well, man, these people are saying this and this is saying this. No, it's just your point of view from that point. And so they're coming at you from your point of view to say, whoa, Harry, pump the brakes. Are you still bandwagon Buffs? You can definitely ask the question, but people are still going to beg to differ. I beg to differ. You can
And check
you
this
can
out.
put your information out there. People are still going to beg to differ because
And
they
this is why
follow you for CU content. That was not related to CU's content. Your
but you know what? And
content
this is
comes from the content that's being put out by CU. And that, like I said, that's my only thing. If it would have came from one of the credible CU sources, Bucky, Darius, Uncle Neely, if it would have came from Adam Munster Tiger, Brian Howell, all these little other beat writers that write for CU, I'd have been like, oh, okay, yeah. It came from some people that don't have no affiliation with the program. They're just
but
looking
then
for a story to put out.
yeah, but see, here's the thing I say, JR. That's why I wouldn't do it. If I did a channel, y'all wouldn't be able to stand me because I would be going right into that. Because I've seen like a channel. Let's take a channel that somebody is very close to the program. I mean, and people will take it as gospel, but to me, it's the same as believing the stripper likes you. And you see everything that you want to see, but not everything that you need to
She
see.
said, "I
It's
love
not
you."
necessarily the truth, right? I love you. Oh, we finna be great. This is finna be awesome. Knowing good and well is I don't expect them to go, we suck again, like on Waterboy. It's not finna happen. But I
No,
think the thing is,
that's the responsibility of that person's channel.
Let DC land that thought because I want to know where he was going with this.
what I'm saying is there is a channel out there, and I'm not going to name it because I respect it. But I think the thing is that there's several channels where people like it. But what I'm saying is that I get what you're saying. But I think if I'm now talking as if I was a content creator, I would not want to be locked into only being able to say favorable thing and that people tell me, well, since you were a CU channel, you have to be able to report things like that. I listened to Paul Feinbaum for decades. I'm talking about back when Mike Dubose was coaching and Mike Shula, and he would rip them a new one. And guess what? He was able to do that, and people would call him and cuss him out and all that kind of stuff. And then when they were talking about the previous coach at Auburn, they used to tear him up. But he maintained that autonomy that though he always was very SEC, very Alabama, he still was able to navigate that space. And I think it would be great if the CU community would allow Harry to be able to operate in that space of say, hey, I can say I love Coach Prime and I can love CU. But because again, think about Paul Feinbaum was around since Paul Bear Bryant. And so I'm saying is that I think the CU community should allow Harry to examine some of these spaces that other people
First of
won't
all, hold
go.
on. Ain't nobody allowing me to do. I do whatever the heck I want.
Tell
I'm
them,
Brooklyn.
Harry.
I
I'm
do
gonna
what
do
the
it
heck
whether
I
they
want.
like
I
it or
don't care.
not.
Listen, I lose 10, I get 20. Ain't nobody allowing me to do nothing. Let's just get that straight out the way. I'm Brooklyn. Let's go. Shit.
Well,
Nah,
then
man.
I get what you're saying, but that's kind of what I'm saying is that I think some fans. Well, then I'm of course Harry, and of course you're gonna do what you want to do. Just like I can't wait to see when Jr. starts his channel. You better let me know, bro, because I want to see it. Gonna
I'll
come
put it
up
out
there,
there.
check your points out, please. Yes,
But
because that's
when
how
I
I am.
asked him, he was like, "Nah, man, I'm just chilling right now." He
Yeah,
thought
I
about
mean,
it, huh?
yeah.
You thought
At that
about
point
it.
in time, I was kind of like, yeah, I don't know, because it's it takes time out
It
of
does,
your
bro.
life to put content, to edit, to put,
Yes,
it takes time. So
it
to
does.
me,
It
the
does.
panel
But
was
you're
easier
knowledgeable,
because
bro.
you
You
could just
got
kind of come on
you
and have, what
you're
you deem to be
knowledgeable. You got
genuine
information, and
conversations.
it
But
comes out easy. You ain't gotta do too much. It ain't gonna be hard for you. You just gotta be. You just gotta take out a chunk of your life to dedicate to it. And if you can do that, if you have that chunk, I say, why not, bro? And don't worry about what people are gonna say, because the same people that's talking about me right now, bro, and it's
yeah,
calling me a clown, they're always coming back. And I'm like, bro, I seen you twice, man. You called me a clown twice, but yet here you are again, calling me a clown on this. And then some people leave, and I'm like, yo, I lose 10, I get 20. It is what it is, man. And but I'm
look,
not trying to be. I ain't
what
trying to
I'll
be.
say is
I
that
don't disrespect nobody. I don't.
yeah,
I'm not malicious with Colorado. I know that Coach Prime is a black man at a white university, and we got to hold him up, right? I know all of this, so I'm not out there, trying to trash Coach Prime. It's a conversation that I want to be part of. If I'm having a conversation and everybody else is eating off of that conversation, I'm gonna have that conversation, because that's how you eat online. Like, I'm not your Coach Prime Jedi. I'm not doing that. No, I don't want to be your Coach Prime Jedi, because you're only a few people that don't support my other content. So I ain't doing that for you. I'm sorry. I'm
yeah.
not.
What I'll say is that, look, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do a panel, and occasionally on Sundays, sometime on Sundays, I'll do a panel discussion with some people that are, we kind of all in the same YouTube atmosphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my takes are
And
not
side note,
always positive of Colorado or the players, or things like that. But it's, the way I go about doing it, I'm never going to do is say the players, not good. Or, I mean, well, I'll say they're not good. But I'm never going to say the program's better off without them or something like that. I'm not here to admonish those players or their feats of what they have achieved this far. I'm simply giving my opinion based on video that's provided by the university, outlets, to say, well, this is what I think about the player. Could they improve in that area? Absolutely. Do I challenge Coach Prime, tactics or questioning? Or yes, I do that like everybody else. I think it's the thing of projecting something out with that video was like, all right, where's this information coming from? Because on the YouTube and on the internet, it was a small window of that to say, well, RJ Young he reporting it. What affiliation does he have with the program? Or SI,
He's
some
in Coach
reporter
Prime's
at
pocket.
SI, a name and a face that we don't know, that we know has no affiliation to the program. They're reporting that.
Oh, hey, JR, get this. Guess whose channel was not that great, and he hates Coach Prime, but he's grown exponentially? Coach JB. And guess who's supporting him? The same people in this chat.
Yeah, look.
They are all in their chat. Look, that dude, he hates, okay? And I'm telling you, like, he hates Colorado, and he makes it known, right? But Coach Prime would text him and say, hey, you my boy, right? Like, he put out a text and say, Coach Prime said, look, you all right. I'm literally bandwagon buffing. I'm like, Coach Prime, let's go. Coach Prime ain't gonna put nothing out and say and support my channel and say, hey, BWB, Harry B, I'm with you. So I don't owe him nothing. I don't owe nobody nothing.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So I was like, if they don't owe me nothing, I don't owe nobody jack. I can do whatever the heck I want to do and do me.
That's what I say. You owe no one nothing, as the same way people in the comments, they owe you nothing.
Right.
So the only advice I can give you at this point is, if you were to put the video, I wouldn't read the comments, Because you know when you put the video out, hey, is this gonna
Yeah.
be well received by my fan base? You know before
Yeah.
you even hit submit on that video. You probably thought to
You're
yourself,
right. No, you're
man,
right.
what are the BWBs or the Coach Prime fans or the CU fans are gonna think? You probably thought that as you were creating that video. But from, like you
But see,
said,
this is why
it's
I'm going
your channel. So how you want to project the information of your channel, it's perfectly fine with that. Like I
Yeah,
said, my
because
only thing was, it's like, all right, you got
if
on
JB
today
is
trying
growing
to clean it up.
exponentially,
And I'm like, man, them sources ain't credible. Come on, dog.
bro, if
Which you
JB is
admitted
growing
to
exponentially
later.
and he hates crime, he hates prime and he's growing exponentially. And now he got 2,000 people on the live and doing all that stuff, and
But that's
he
to
continues to
be
grow. Hey,
that's to be
I'm not.
expected. If that's the fan base that you want to matriculate to your channel, then continue on, make more videos like that, and you will absorb those
That's not my
views
style.
too.
I'm not. That's not my spirit, and that's not my style. But I want to say salute to Phil So Real for the super chat. Like he said that people acting like I'm Coach JB with the CU hate. Like I'm not that. So, and if anybody was to watch the video that's in question, that's why I'm doing this live today. If anybody was to watch that video, they would literally understand I'm questioning why in the world is CU's name being brought up. And if you know anything about journalistic integrity, if somebody brings up a topic, you can't say, why did you bring it up? Because you knew that it wasn't right. I'm like, and you knew that person was not CU person. That's not how this works. The way that journalism works and the way that the sports entertainment stuff works, it comes up and you're like, that sounds crazy to me because you got Nico who's asking for too much money. Coach Prime in Colorado do not have that money. If he's asking for $4 million or $8 million, Coach Prime is getting paid 10. He's not getting that. So when you bring up the conversation, I think sports fans should just be like, talk about sports and say, well, it doesn't make sense. If you think Nico is better than Colorado and better than Colorado's quarterbacks, you should be able to have that conversation and say, wouldn't it make sense if Colorado has a dream of making the playoffs or winning the Big 12? Wouldn't it make sense to even entertain the conversation or entertain the option? So that then it becomes a sports conversation as opposed to, oh, everybody's looking to you for CU content and you're letting people down and calling me a clown and all that stuff. Like you don't owe me nothing. I don't owe you nothing. All right. It's my channel. I do whatever the heck I want to do. It's your viewership. It's your support. You do whatever the heck you want to do with your viewership and your support. You leave, I get 10 more. That's just how it's working. Because JB, who really hates Prime and he makes it known, all of y'all can go hate him and y'all will still support him. We all hated on 3. You're still supporting on 3. So that's just how it works. If you're not here, there's 10 more people that's willing to be here. And that's just how it is. Go ahead, DC. You've been waiting to say something.
Well, that's why I'm gonna start a channel. I'm gonna call it "I Can't See You," and basically, just not
DC,
gonna
you
talk
something
all
else,
kind of
man.
bad stuff. I'm just
You
I'm
something
not gonna
else.
do that. I'm gonna but the real talk. I'm gonna tell you why I thought it could be true. This rumor could be true. And it's because, but also the other thing is when you look at Nico, just a side note, part of it is because they had a heck of a running back was about to get drafted. And then the other thing is they had one heck of a defense and they was 22nd in scoring defense. So I can see why people I think he kind of smelt himself a little bit thinking you're playoffs. Kind of like that. Remember that what was it? UNLV QB in the middle of the year tried to do stuff and he got he found out real quick. I mean, that's straight FAFO because they still wind up making it to the championship game without him, so you can't play it. But I think my thing is this. All right, folks. Here's the thing. It's got to be a fun environment. I think sometimes I understand that there's other dynamics and social stuff, but sometimes I don't want to do Selma to Montgomery March and just support, X, Y, and Z. I want to talk some smack about football. I want to sit back and say to a point of, where's Cormani? Because Harry still covers Cormani, even though Cormani's been gone. And he still do so it's almost to a point where yes, emphasis on the CU community, but the football community. I promise y'all, and those of you that haven't done talk radio or talk sports for years, it's that it makes it fun when you get in here and you have these conversations. And sometimes they don't make any sense, but it's literally to a point where you just have to kind of get in there. And I agree with you, JR, panel and let people just lock horns and go at it. That a lot of times is because it makes you start thinking about football. And that's part I would say is that we can love Colorado, we can love Prime, we can love all that, but we still can have a space where there's just some solid knockdown, drag out football talk. Something crazy was threw out there, and that it was a bad story, but good conversation. I
Yeah.
support Harry B for president.
Stop playing with me.
That's
Hey,
why. That's
look,
why I said that. That's what I said. Look, I don't.
let me share this real quick, JR. Hold up. JR, hold up,
Yeah.
JR. Let me share this real quick. So for those of y'all who may not have known, this is the post that so Richard G. West is the guy that did the original story, and everybody was the SI and the Fox Sports or whoever. This is where they got the F-line. So Richard G said, Coach Prime, are you sure? So he said, not true. When Coach Prime says not true, and God bless, we good, right? So
That sound like that Prime didn't do that.
do what? What do you mean?
Prime don't talk like that.
Not true, and God bless, we good.
No, he
That
normally
sounds
says
pretty
we.
promise. It sounds
No,
like
he's supposed
something
to
he'll
say.
say.
He would have said we coming. See, y'all don't even know what y'all do. You know, are you a Prime fan at all?
He said, stop
No,
trolling,
go
man.
That
ahead.
sounds
He's
like
serious
something
right now.
Prime would say, man. Short and to the point.
Whether he tweeted it himself, this is on his channel. This is on his his X channel, or this is on his. Is this a new logo? What is this? Oh, and what is this about? Is that X is trying to change their logo?
I have no idea.
Anyways, I don't know what that is. It looks like
It's a drunk swastika. But continue.
Oh man.
I'm
You know
not
what?
switch.
You
I'm
want
not
to take this show?
switching.
So anyway, look, Prime debunked. Prime says not true, and God bless, we good. Obviously, if you read this, if I was on Twitter and I just read this before I did my video, there's no way. Just to be fair, there's no way to link this to that story. You would have to literally go and figure out what is Prime talking about, and you know what I'm saying, and then try to see if Prime is talking about this. But Prime did say no, it's not true, which is cool. I'm cool with that. But it was great conversation, Coach Prime being linked to that story, and I think at the end of the day, there ain't nothing wrong with having a great conversation, especially when we ain't got nothing to talk about. You know what I'm saying? You entertain like Nico coming to Colorado. Why not? What's wrong with entertaining Nico coming to Colorado? Ain't nothing wrong with entertaining it just for the sake of having a conversation. Nothing wrong with it.
That's why I said conversation. When you put out a video, that's not conversation.
That's my opinion.
That's exactly. It's just your opinion. So now people are responding to your video, your opinion, with their opinions of why would you put this out? It doesn't seem on par with typical stuff that you would put out about the program and things like that. Now, all of the personal, attacks and stuff like that, like, yeah, I'm not cool with that. And, God bless them, as Coach Prime would say. But nobody owes you anything on the internet. Same way you owe no one on the internet. So it's your channel to do.
And it seems like you grow more when you detach yourself from the Deion Sanders crowd anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because people, I've seen channels growing exponentially that have detached themselves. So I don't know, my night, just do me. If I do me, man, look, this is how YouTube works. All right. YouTube and online stuff is about curiosity. People try to say it's clickbait, but it's about curiosity. If I can pique your curiosity into something, no matter how much you hate me, you will click on it. I guarantee you. All right. And you're going to look for those first 5 seconds and say whether what I'm saying is going to make you click off or stay on to see what I'm saying. That's what YouTube is about. Because if you hate somebody so much, then you're not coming back to say it twice. You know what I'm saying? Like if I don't like a rapper, I'm not listening to 2 songs of his, right? So I mean, some people keep coming back and saying, "Oh, I used to watch you," but you said this on the last video. I used to watch you. You keep saying it. Like, come on, bro. It's not that. It's not that.
Well,
Does
just put a
Coach Prime
video
have
up.
a?
Just put a
Go ahead.
video out saying that Colorado is going 12-0, Big 12, win it all. You'll get 100,000 views.
Of course, but I got a question
I'm
though.
messing with you. I'm
I,
messing
I got a question. Earlier, and we about to leave. We about to get up out of here. Earlier, Jr. Crazy. Jr. Look,
DC
earlier,
wild, man.
earlier, somebody said Coach Prime just got 2 superstars. Jr. Do you believe that Coach Prime got 2 superstars?
Do I believe Colorado got 2 superstars? 2 superstars and who?
Huh?
The offensive lineman and wide receiver, Sincere, and then that 3-star offensive lineman. I forget
Yep. I
who
think
that
it was
is.
who was it? Let me go back and make sure. Coach Prime got 2 superstars, right? This and then I had to spaz on that one a little bit because I'm like, this is what we do. Everybody's a superstar until Colorado gets kicked in the mouth doing the real games, and then we all go back into our little cocoon. Did Coach Prime get 2 superstars? The word is superstar. The phrase is superstar. Did Coach Prime get 2 superstars?
Yeah, so I'm not gonna call them superstars. Look, I haven't watched them play or anything like that, so I don't know anything about these young men. What I do know is that Colorado targeted them in the transfer portal and they brought them in because they feel as though those players can help the program. So for me to go out on a limb and say, "Oh, they superstars," I know nothing about them. I know that I know one of the names, but I know nothing about them. I know the positions they play, but I know nothing about them. I could probably safely say, yeah, really good players. If Colorado was trying to target them in the portal, they feel as though they're good players for the program. Superstar, when I think superstar, I think, Travis Hunter. There's a lot that goes along with that. I think Shedeur Sanders, there's a lot to go along with that as far as your marketability. We talked about this, right, Harry? How marketable are you?
Yeah.
Do you produce on the field? Like, that's a part of superstardom, right? So I don't know anything about these players. I could pull up some stats and say, oh, they had really good stats at their university. It seems as though they could come to the program and contribute. But
The wide
superstar, I wouldn't go out and say superstar.
the wide receiver had 1,000-yard receiving last year with 10 touchdowns, 10 to 13. I think it was something like that. I saw. See, for
Okay.
somebody that don't see, supposedly is a hater of CU, I should be knowing the data stuff. But I do like. But the thing is, I like
DC, what school
football.
is he from?
Campbell Camels, I believe that's their name.
Yeah.
And that Coach Prime.
And what
Fun
conference
fact,
is
Coach
that? I'm going
Prime.
somewhere with this. What conference is that?
Well, I don't know what conference it is. It might be way out in
It's
the
an
middle.
FCS school, I believe.
Right. And believe it or not, Coach Prime coached against Campbell when he was at JSU.
Mm-hmm.
Fun facts.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, when people use the term superstar, something like that, that's their interpretation of a player. That's great. I'm not going to challenge that person's interpretation. I'll just be like, okay, you say superstar, I can say really good. We can meet in the middle of wherever that is, right? So
Is it even close? I mean, like, we can't just be throwing words out there. That's why people call us a clown. We can't be legit college football conversations calling Colorado FCS players superstars. That's not genuine. That's being disingenuous. Like, you cannot come into the conversation calling somebody a superstar, and then we can't, like.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I would say really good players, because even when LeJohntay came, 108 receptions, over 1,000 yards coming from FAU. I wasn't gonna jump out and say, well, he's a superstar. He was relatively unheard of. Like, I didn't know anything about LeJohntay Western, but I would look at those stats and be like, wow, he's a really, really productive guy. He's really good. So,
But check this out. Do you need him? Do you need? But I agree with that, Jr. But like, do you need him to be superstars? Because check this out. Name the wide receivers from Arizona State or BYU.
I could name
You
you
see
one.
how that is? See what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You don't have to be that great. Most of us can't even name the quarterback from Arizona State, from BYU. We can't name them. Who was the other team that was in the Big 12
I know
championships?
them, but
Arizona State.
their name is gonna
Iowa
slip
State, I
my.
know Beck.
Yeah.
Right. I know Iowa State from Beck. But see what I'm saying is that in the Big 12, and the truth be told, they don't have to be dogs. They just need to move that ball down the field. Nobody knows the receivers for Kansas, but they sure lit you up.
Yeah.
Nobody knows see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. Superstar.
So
Like
I'm good.
if I were to name a superstar right now in college football, I would say Jeremiah Smith. Superstar. Ohio State wide receiver. That's the superstar.
Do you
You
even
look at
consider
him,
Arch Manning a superstar
that's
at this
star,
point?
that's star all over him. Arch Manning name is more superstar than this play on the field. He hasn't, he's played like 3 or 4 games, but he hasn't done anything that's going to blow your mind. Like when Shador, you put the title of superstar to Shador because when he played against TCU the first year at Colorado, he threw for over 500 yards. He had 5 touchdowns. That's superstar play. So you
And there
look
was
at
a
But that's
super
not what makes him a
like we were not
superstar. Because
expecting that from Shador.
there
Shador was
are
expecting that
quarterbacks
from
that would
himself.
do
We
that.
didn't
That's not a
expect that from
superstar.
Shador.
That's not what makes him a superstar.
Yeah, I mean, it's other things, like I said, marketability, everything else that comes with it makes you a superstar. But the first thing that's going to make you a superstar is your play on the field. We don't know anything about Jeremiah Smith personally, but I bet you when you think about Jeremiah Smith, like, man, he really good on that football field. That boy a superstar.
But you know what, JR, the thing is, you making good points. Like, for example, Shador is good. Shador did phenomenal against TCU. But Shador had to trade punches with a backup QB when they played Baylor. Because
That's true.
that dude showed up and was like, oh no, y'all not finna get. But I'm gonna tell you, that is the thing I like about the Big 12. You don't have, I mean, because nobody was really talking scatterboo till we watched and saw what he do. To think about it, we were talking about Terry McMillan, T-Mac, and he
Mm-hmm.
didn't really do a whole lot this year.
Nah,
Yep.
if you
But
didn't know about Scatterboo, you were crazy. People knew about Scatterboo.
well, they didn't expect him to go
I was
off the
talking
way.
Scatterboo. I was
Man,
saying
listen,
Scatterboo is somebody you need to pay attention to.
good God. I mean, that dude just the
He's
year
still
went
running.
on.
He
You ain't
done ran
lying.
himself into probably a 3rd round pick.
Right, and he really
I think
made
he's
it
gonna be
like. But
second
see,
round.
that's what I like about the Big 12. You can take players that'll show up out of nowhere, and like the Big 12, other than the CU UCF game and a couple others, the Big 12, y'all notice a lot of times it's a slugfest. They like go at it. And so it's like the top and the middle and a little bit of the bottom. Because think about it. Everybody expected Arizona to finish last, and they finished first. Arizona State finished first, but they were picked last.
Yeah.
2-year coach. That's the beautiful thing. So no, I don't think you have to have those great players. I saw players on CU's team that people didn't talk a lot, but they made play. They just put their head down and just kept on doing.
They
And that's what
played.
I hope to see this year. Yeah, yeah. I like to see that kind of football.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen what the 2 individuals that committed to the program do when they come to see you. Really good at their previous program, and that's great. That's why we went after you, because of what you produce. So we're looking for you to emulate that or be better than where you were at your previous location. And that's all you can ask for. But again,
But
Harry, I appreciate your boldness of going out there and doing it. It's your channel, man. You're gonna put out the content and the information how you so choose to be. And I'm pretty sure you're well versed with blowback and feedback of what people like and what they don't like. You're not new to this. You've been doing it for a while, right? So
yeah, man.
it's a part of it, man. Like you said, people gonna comment, then they're still gonna come back and they'll watch and they'll watch and they'll continuously participate in your channel. So my only thing is them sources. You stood on it, but then you tried to walk it back. I'm like, man, if you're gonna stand on it, stand on it. This is why I got my sources from this, and I'm sticking to it. But then you kind of walked it back. Well, I didn't know that the guy didn't get his information and it wasn't credible and blah blah blah. Like,
no, that's not called a
you can't
walk
have
back.
your cake and eat it too, Harry.
No. Let's correct that before we get off this line. That's not a walk back. The idea of SI, the idea of Athlon Sports, right? And RJ Young, those are credible sources, and people should understand that. Like, if I see that, if I see that in this whole Richard G situation, whoever this guy is, if I see SI and I see RJ Young, and then I hear Dan Lanning responding to the rumors and whatnot, it's a go for me. I ain't waiting for nothing. Like, and you shouldn't. Like, it's a go. But that's people have to understand that you should at least have the integrity to do some type of due diligence when it comes to that. At least do that. So if I'm explaining to you that, hey guys, I'm one of the channels that you support in this whole college football thing, but and then I do my due diligence, that's a sign of, hey, at least I respect you enough to let you know that I do the work for you. So I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just trying to let you know that at least I'll put in some work. I'm not one of these dusty YouTube channels that come on here, take Twitter information and just run with it. I'm not that. Most of my sources come from writers, legit writers. So that's what I'm trying to convey to certain people. And I know that some people don't care. It's just like certain people we respect or we support in the political realm. Like, truth doesn't matter to certain people. So if you're trying to legitimately tell people, hey man, I do the work, and if I get it wrong, I get it wrong. And I told somebody in the comments, they said, no, Coach Prime said that's fake news. And I said, I respect that. Thank you for that. But I feel like that's where it should end. That's where it should be at. That's where the conversation should be at. And then we move on and talk about whether Nico was good for Colorado or not. And then we just have a conversation. It should not come down to all of this. I'm leaving your channel. I'm subscribing. What does that mean? Like, you're unsubscribing and I used to support you and all of that stuff. You're just emotional. It's just like an emotional up and down roller coaster. Like, it don't come to all of that because you go to JB, he tell Coach Prime is the worst coach. Paul Feinbaum says Coach Prime is the worst coach. He's just an actor. You know what I'm saying? And you still watch his show. So then what the heck does that mean? Like, oh, I don't support you no more because it don't make sense. And I'm like, yo, calm down. You're too emotional. Like, it's just not, it's an emotional roller coaster for you because you will go to JB show, you will go to his live and you will listen to him. But you stay away from me and you don't support my channel because, oh, I said that Nico was reported to be linked to Coach Prime. So that's hurting your feelings so bad. Come on, son. Like, you ain't about that life. Like, you're not that, you can't be that emotional that I just said Coach Prime was linked to Nico. Like, you're that emotional that I'm going to leave your channel because I'm mad. I can't believe you said that. Like, son, go sit down somewhere. Like, there's a lot of seats. You know what I'm saying? There's so many seats you can take.
Yeah,
now.
Oh, go ahead, DC. Yeah.
No, you go ahead, brother.
Yeah, like I said, Harry, like I said, once I said it twice, man. It's your channel, how you put out your information. My thing is just the source of who it's coming from. You saying you are hanging your hat on RJ Johnson as far as like
RJ Young. I'll put my money on RJ Young over anybody. Like,
because it's like, but again, I'll challenge you to this, Harry. Whenever you have time, you just go to RJ Young's whatever YouTube or personal Twitter account and just see how often he talks about Colorado. To see.
But that's not how you judge the information. You don't judge how often they do it.
What I'm saying is that people get information and they report information as often as they get sources. When you think about politics and the way they put out information, they have sources. They continuously put out information about topics because they're continuously getting information from their sources to
What
put
about
out the
Stephen A.
topic.
Smith? Do you believe that Stephen A. Smith is connected to Colorado? If he says something about Colorado, would you believe him over RJ Young?
Now, if Stephen A. Smith would have said it, yes, because he has a connection with Coach Prime. But do I believe Stephen A. Smith will come out and say something about it? No, because he has a connection with Coach Prime. So that's what I'm saying. RJ has no connection to Coach Prime. Sure, he did an interview with him and Uncle Neely and Chico. He did an interview. There's one interview that doesn't bridge a connection with Coach Prime. If me, you, and DC was to do an interview with Coach Prime, he hopped on right now, your page blow up, boom, you get 100,000 views because Coach Prime hopped on. Does that then make you have a connection with Coach Prime? No, you did an interview. That don't mean you talk to him or tweet with him or he calls you up to give you information or fly you out to the practice. You don't do things like that. If Carl Reed was to come out, Carl Reed, right? If he came out and said something like that, I'd be like, you know what? He actually has a connection with Coach Prime.
RJ Young did not say Coach Prime was linked to Nico. I don't know why RJ Young never said Coach Prime was linked to Nico. RJ Young covered the Dan Lanning response. So I'm doing my due diligence and connecting the pieces. So if 3 schools were linked to Colorado, RJ Young covered Dan Lanning. Then I go to SI, and SI talked about Dan Lanning. So I'm just bringing it back full circle. It's like, oh, okay, these guys are talking. They're having a conversation about Nico being linked to Colorado. And then I go in the video and I say, why would Colorado's name come up? Because we got Kaden Salter, we got Juju Lewis, and I break down the implications. Then it becomes a football conversation. Then it's no longer a malicious thing. It's just telling you that it's a conversation that I'm part of, and it's a bigger conversation that people are having in college football. Because Dan Lanning himself was approached about it. So then how does it become,
what connection does Dan Lanning have to CU? None.
No.
Whoever
listen to this. 3 schools are linked to Nico. It's Oregon, Ohio State, Colorado, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reporter goes to Dan Lanning, brings it up and says, hey, why are y'all linked to Nico? Or is this true that you are linked to Nico? This is how journalism works, right? Or this is how sports entertainment works. So if Sports Entertainment or Sports Illustrated gets the story from whoever this guy is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You then start doing your due diligence and you go and you ask Dan Lanning, hey, is it true that you're linked to Nico? If Dan Lanning says no comment, RJ Young picks that up and says, whatever you're seeing out there that's catching a lot of heat right now, that's got a lot of smoke on it under it, Dan Lanning said nothing is there, blah, 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 blah. I pick it up and then I say, hey, why is Colorado's name on this? Go watch the video, like you'll see. I said, why is Colorado's name on this? Once I lay it out, the good, the bad, the ugly, why it's going on, then I say, this is why it could be good. If Colorado has any inklings of trying to win the Big 12, Nico, if you put Juju and Salter together, Nico's better. I don't care what you think. Nico's better. And Nico's better for the sheer competition that he has played more than Salter and more than, but I mean, we can't even say Juju. Juju's coming from high school. He's 17 years old. My child is 17 years old. So we can't put Juju in this conversation. If we put Nico's competition versus Salter's competition, who you going? I know you're not going to answer. You don't want to.
I mean, look.
I will go with Nico all day.
You making it about competition? Has Nico played in a higher conference, quote unquote? Sure, he played in the SEC. But to me, I'm trying to understand. Like you saying, you connected the dots from, all right, whatever. A tweet was put out with a thumbnail of Nico in a Tennessee uniform with Oregon, Ohio State, and Colorado in there. One, who made the thumbnail? Two, where's the correlation where Dan
No.
Lanning
You're
saying
talking
no?
about not thumb. It's not thumbnail. I'm talking about article now. We're talking about now. You're talking about something bigger than just a thumbnail.
Who made the article? What affiliation?
SI Sports Illustrated.
Okay, but
on,
what affiliation do they didn't have with Nico? Did somebody, it could have been simply they asked Nico, well, what schools would you want to play for? I would probably want to play for these schools. Ohio State.
Right, that's where the conversation
Colorado
is at.
and this.
Boom, right there. If you keep it right there, that's where sports conversations start. And that's where you did take the conversation.
Not how you presented. You didn't present the information like that. You said, where's the conversation coming from? As though CU.
Bro, let me ask you a genuine question. Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video?
I did.
So then,
what do you mean? I don't have a problem with the context of your video. I have a problem with the sources. You then came on today and say, yeah, man,
what's wrong with the sources?
Were just not credible.
What's wrong with the sources?
They have no affiliation with the program.
But who told you they have to?
Well, wait a minute. I got a question in that.
Who told
so
you
basically, but think about that. Hold on 1 second, because it seems like we're upset with it being CU in here, but we're not have a problem where if it's true with the other two. Right. Ohio State hadn't even said anything. So the bottom line
Ohio State.
Right. So at the end of the day was it a lie? Could it have been to a point where a booster was talking to him? And the boosters from those three schools were saying something?
It could have been. Dan Lanning apparently Dan Lanning contacted the Tennessee head coach to say, it looks like they're trying to shop him around. I'm just giving you a heads up.
So basically right now, Harry just needs to do another video and put up Prime's tweet that said Prime says, nah, we good. That Nico tripping, and let it go, right?
That's what I would say, because that's why I'm like, where is the connection?
I ain't doing that.
It's like you tried to connect it to CU. Where's the connection?
I'm not doing that.
But hold on, JR. But that's the thing about it. Was saying is that okay? So I guess this is a great place to end it. Your thing is that Harry did not have credible enough information to say it wasn't CU, even though there were two other schools brought into it. But we're gonna focus on CU. So now it comes to a point where is what was sent out, is it a complete lie, kind of a lie, or is there some truth to it?
Well, I'll say this, DC. We're focusing on CU because we follow CU. Do you follow Ohio State or do you follow Oregon? Like, we don't follow those teams to know what they do.
See, JR, the kind of JR, you the kind of person you ask if y'all walked up to your car, those former life as a cop, and say you've been drinking. People have been drinking. Now, whether I have been drinking,
that
I can tell you that other folks that it depends on what it is that
people drinking in the bar I was in.
What is it that you asked me if I drank? Because some people be lying. Because RJ said.
We on here and we all follow CU, right? We all follow CU.
Yo, Jay, I got a question for you. If you had a YouTube channel and you're trying to be, and you're saying you got a conversation out there that's coming from Colorado, that's coming from Sports Illustrated, is coming from Oregon and all those, you're telling me that you wouldn't do that video for real?
I would do the video, but I would frame it differently.
So that's what I did.
I would have framed it as talking about the player. I wouldn't have focused on the programs. I would have spoke to the player. This is the situation going on with this young man. Where could he potentially land? But I wouldn't have spoke about the schools where he's going to land because I don't know. There's stuff on the internet all the time. It doesn't make it credible.
The story was about the connection. JR.
It doesn't make it credible because it's on the internet.
No,
Like I
no, no.
said,
Listen, Jr. The story was about 3 schools. That's. I think you're missing this point. The story was about, because it's like a headline, right? It's a
mhm.
headline. 3 schools are connected to Nico. We all heard the Nico story because I posted about the Nico story, right? About the conversation. I posted it on the page. And then all of a sudden, like, I don't know if it was 24 hours later or a day later or whatever, or 2 days later, it says Nico, 3 schools are connected with Nico. And then you're like, you just going by your way, and then all of a sudden you see Colorado name is like, wait, what? Colorado is connected to this? And then you if you do like I do, you look at the source. You're like, who's reporting this? This ain't some little satire channel, right? You see SI, and then you go and you check more, and you see Fox Sports, and then you go and you check more, and you like Dan Lanning was asked about it. You're
I'm
like,
at.
oh, it's go time.
I'll
Oh,
ask you this. I'll ask you this, Harry, because you into politics, right? I've seen
yes,
you
I
talk
am.
about politics. We've talked about politics before. All right. A story comes out on Fox News and it says whatever. You gonna take that story and put it on there? Or because Fox News is a big conglomerate, right?
No, I don't trust Fox
Or
Sports. I mean, it's Fox News.
Fox News, right?
I don't trust
Or
them.
are you going to look and say, okay, who is the reporter who's reporting on this content? What affiliation do they have with this specific topic, subject matter, whatever the case may be? Again, that's my thing. Like RJ Young, he talks about college football, but he doesn't talk about Colorado football.
That's not
He
how it
doesn't.
works.
He doesn't talk. But
I'm
what? But
repeating
Harry,
that.
this where
It
I'm going
doesn't
with
work
it.
that way.
This is where I'm going with it, because
Okay.
that same reporter could be misled in their information and their reporting.
You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that.
I wouldn't know that, but as a content creator myself, I'm not going to report on something that I think this person could be right about. I can't formulate
You're
an
missing the
opinion
point. You're
based
missing the
off
point.
of what I think he could be right. He seems credible because my content is on the line. You're reporting
No,
off
you're
someone
missing
else's
the
content.
I respect what you're saying, but you're missing the point. Let me tell you why. You're not a journalist. You served our country. You're in a different lane. But let me tell you the lane that I'm in. Okay, just like I would not tell you, hey man, the leaked strategy information that was classified information. If you told me no, Harry B, this happens often, I just have to chunk it up to say this guy served and he knows that okay, that happens often. But I'm trying to tell you this. I'm trying to say in the media, the way that the media works, because what it sounds like now is you're trying to school me on how information is vetted, and I can't let that slide, right? Because I know how information is vetted in the media. If I see a credible source like SI, I look at it and I say, oh, Sports Illustrated is posting on this, and then somebody's doing an interview with Dan Lanning and they're asking questions and stuff like that. That's enough. That's enough vetting for somebody like a YouTuber to be like, all right, but why is Colorado's name linked to this when we got Juju and we have Salter? To then make a video reaction, giving my opinion based on that. So there is nothing wrong with how I vetted the story that was sent to me. So that's why I want to just let it be known. Like, I didn't just frivolously get some story out of the universe, put it out there and said, hey guys, Colorado said they're getting a new quarterback and da. No, this was well vetted. So I just wanted to just clear that up. I didn't do anything different than I would have done with any other story. It's a sports story that one of the coaches was actually asked about, just like you should do. You get a story like, wait, 3 schools are linked to Nico, I am Aliava, 3 schools and Colorado's one of them. Wait a minute, why the heck would they even be linked to that? The next question would become, Him, welcome to the show. Give me a second. Let me finish this thought, and then I'll let you in. So the next question would be, okay, was it Prime or was it one of Prime's sources who brought him the story? And they're thinking about it because the second that Prime's person is contacted, whether it's the quarterback's coach or it's somebody in Prime's universe, right? That the person that wrote the original story would then say Prime's universe was contacted and Prime and they're vetting it. That's enough for somebody in today's news environment. That's enough for somebody to say Coach Prime is linked to it. That's just how news works. All right, people don't have the time to do the 24-hour vetting. They just say, "Oh, Nico contacted this person," and then they go with the story because we ain't got no time like we used to have. We got.
Hey Harry, quick question: was this an article or was this a thumbnail YouTube?
An article. It was an article from Sports Illustrated. Right? It was an article from Sports Illustrated, and then Dan Lanning was also interviewed on the story. So look, this is the article right here, right? This is an article from Athlon Sports, and then this same article was then recycled by, I don't know if Athlon got it from Sports Illustrated or if Sports Illustrated picked it up from Athlon. But both sources used the same information from Richard G. West to say that 3 schools were linked to Nico. So That's what I'm saying. I'm just telling you that my sources are legit sources. I didn't just pick it up from Twitter and ran with it. I got legit sources.
Well, the Athlon Sports, I don't know too much about them. What about the Sports Illustrated article? Where is that at?
The Sports Illustrated article is about Dan Lanning. Right? The Sports Illustrated article right here is Oregon Ducks. You see that?
Okay.
Oregon Ducks, SI.com.
Okay.
That is the article.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So if you get Oregon Ducks, Dan Lanning declines to comment on Nico Iamaleava transfer portal. So you would think like if a YouTuber, right? Some YouTubers are just reckless, right? They don't even need all of this. So I went through, when the information was sent to me, I didn't just leave it there. I went to all of these sources and I said, wait, SI? And then I went to YouTube and then I saw Fox Sports, RJ Young, who happened to be the first guy to actually rank Colorado in the top 25 in his early rankings. So he's a credible source for Colorado. He's not a hater. He's not like JB, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, that's enough. I'm getting in the lab. Let's go. You feel me? So that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. I mean, CU attract stories and, they attract a lot of eyes and attention. So, but I doubt it. If he having money problems at Tennessee, I doubt it if CU is on the list of where he might end up.
Exactly, because CU ain't got the money.
CU ain't paying nobody no $4 million. Nah, they not doing that.
No.
Nah, they not doing that.
And I said that in the video. Like, I literally lay it all out. I said, CU ain't got the money. Coach Prime got 10. They're not about to give this dude 4 or 8. I know that for a fact. All right. So I know they had a hard time trying to pay Coach Prime. You know what I'm saying? They had to think about it for a little bit. So Coach Prime got 10. This kid is not getting 4 or 8.
Nah,
you know what I'm saying?
Nah.
So and then if he comes here, if he goes to Colorado, and Caden Salter wins the job, do you then cut him with his $4 or $8 million, or do you pay Caden Salter more money?
I'm not pretty sure that Caden Salter win the job. If you ask me.
But we're not willing to have that conversation, which is a beautiful sports conversation. Do you
know?
No.
What I'm saying is he might have to worry about Juju more than he have to worry about Caden Salter. Is what I'm saying.
So you're on a whole nother trajectory.
No, what I'm saying is you said like he have to compete with Salter, and Salter is not really. It's not a competition. Salter went to Liberty. This man went to Tennessee. He's going to start over Salter.
But Juju's a high schooler, so what are we talking about?
Yeah, but Juju, his future is brighter. Like,
No. We're not talking about future. Forget about future.
no.
We're
What
talking
I'm
about
saying is,
college football reps.
he have time to grow. Offenses really don't know him. There's tape on this guy. There's no tape on Juju.
Yo,
So
him. Let's be sound. Let's be sound in what we're talking about. Okay. I ain't talking about hopes and dreams. I'm talking about the reality of right now. We're talking about reps, college football speed, game day reps, right? If we're talking about that, I ain't talking about the 3 years that Nico has left on his watch, right? I'm talking about who would he have to compete with for that job right now to get the reps. What I heard out of Colorado is that Kaden Salter is getting first team reps right now. Juju is also doing his thing, but it sounds like Kaden Salter is the guy. So if
that's
Nico was
not
to
true.
come
That's what I'm telling you. Where are you getting the information from?
from
That's
well off
not
media
true.
videos and
No,
everything.
that will only show you guys what they want to show you.
Oh
Guys.
well, then we can
That's
throw out
not
his
true.
information. Where are
That's
you
not
getting your
true.
information from? Deion
I'm
himself?
telling you, that's not true.
So where
Trust
are
me.
you getting your information?
I'm just know I'm in Texas and I'm close to Dallas. Put it like that. I'm not gonna say
But
from
you're not
who,
in
from what.
Colorado. That's not. We're talking about Colorado.
But if you notice, some of Bucky and Shador friends are from Dallas. Let's just leave it at that. I don't want to go too deep into whatever. But I'm telling you, it's only like that at this point because they don't want Salter to hit the transfer portal in this spring window. So they gonna make it look like it's a competition in case one get hurt and you still have one
What
in
are
the.
you saying? Really? Are you saying that Juju is better than Salter?
I'm saying that they invested too much in Juju to let him to bench him and have a chance of losing him this upcoming season. You know he can easily leave Colorado if he don't start, right?
So you're talking around the questions. I'm asking you the direct questions. Are you saying that Juju is better than Salter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you talking about that in hopes of what's to come, or are you talking about in spring reps?
I'm talking about hopes, what's to come,
Oh, okay, then
NIL.
I mean, come on.
Because you got to look at it like
But
this.
that's not the conversation I'm having right now.
Hold on. Just let me break some down to you. Some real information that people don't really know. Juju NIL was 1.5. Sauces was only 400,000. So far as for if we're going off investment, you're not gonna let 1.5 worth of investment. You're not gonna jeopardize losing that. You got a senior whose NIL is not that much, who's on his way out the door. He could redshirt this year and get another senior year and go play for somebody else. Juju can just easily leave, and your top with the biggest prospect out of high school, bigger than Shador, one of the best quarterbacks this college year, will leave your program if he don't start. You don't want to jeopardize that. You understand what I'm saying?
So then,
Salter was
so
only
then make,
brought
make this
in.
make sense though. Make this make sense. I know you're saying that there's some bureaucratic politics going on with how they're managing player reps. But like Phil said, if Salter is getting first team reps,
They split in first team reps. That's why I say y'all got to start watching well off and getting what y'all want to see. They're splitting it. If Salter throw interception today, tomorrow Juju gonna get more first team reps. If Juju throw interceptions tomorrow, it's gonna keep switching. If the spring game will let you know after that who's the starter. Right now, there's no starter. So stop going off of first because you might see Salter in the backfield with Charlie Alfredar. Alfredar is not the starting running back. So just because you see Salter don't mean that that's the first team. People got to stop going off. Is there even no starting receivers? Everybody just mixing and matching right now. If you see Draylon Miller on the field, that's the number one offense. Just put it like this. If you see 6 out there, 9 times out of 10, that's the first team. Anybody else is not on first team. Not no running backs, not Charlie, not none of that. Oh, and Amari Miller. If you see Amari Miller and Draymond Miller, if you see the Millers out there, that's first team. Besides those two, they got real reps, touchdown, college football stats. The rest of those guys are playing for position. So y'all got to stop going off of well-off media and trying to see who's starting. There's no starters right now. I'm telling you this.
who's better, Nico or Juju?
Right now, Nico for sure. SEC, he got a background pedigree. But Liberty competition is just like 5A in some states football. Like it's not
I wouldn't say all that.
I'm
'Cause
trying to tell you. Listen to me.
Conference USA, then they just win the basketball. Then Conference USA like get like some natty or something.
When? I'm waiting. When?
Conference USA is
When? What
Conference.
school? Come on, man. Y'all gotta know this.
Hold on. I'm trying to see because I saw Conference USA. Conference USA is not a pushover. I'm just gonna let you know. Okay.
Go look at pull up Liberty's schedule.
No.
Tell
I'm
me if
not
they're
making a case for Liberty. Don't try to
Oh,
trap me
okay.
with
That's,
Liberty.
I'm just telling you.
I'm not
telling
saying
you
that.
what.
I'm not saying Liberty is like that because I've already made the argument that Nico would be better than Salter
Way better. Way
or
better.
Juju. I
Way
think Nico. If you get Nico in the building, you don't pass up a Nico because I try to ask JR Boxing if you're in the Porter race for a quarterback right after Shador leaves, right? If Nico and Salter or Juju are sitting there, who do you pick? You pick Nico,
for
right?
Sure. For sure. Nico, for
Well,
sure.
I mean, that's a conversation that most are not willing to have, but
because the thing about CU fans is they get the first portal and they overhype some of the, like they did with the offensive lineman last year. They overhype these transfers. Like the receiver that just came in, Sensei Brown. Oh, he finna get overhyped. He's 6'5". He this, he that.
Somebody already said they're superstars.
See what I'm saying? And do they know what he played and who he played against? They don't want to talk about that. You understand what I'm saying? That's why you gotta stop with the clickbait, and y'all gotta stop going off of the YouTube click channels, man. Go look at who the guy played. Look at his stats. Look at when the good teams that he played against, what he did against those good teams. You gotta look at stuff like that. Stop going off of
we were all crowning Action Genty until we got to the playoffs.
Exactly.
And then he disappeared like Homer Simpson.
And I'm gonna tell you a bigger one. The Cam Ward dude. He number one pick is not even close. This, and that. When he get to Tennessee and struggle, watch how many people backpedal off of Cam Ward. Oh well, it's. I think LaShawn McCoy said it on the facility on FS Sports. He just got good. 1 year, like people think he's a can't miss prospect, but if any quarterback would have went to Miami, they pretty much would have done that. People don't know Miami offensive linemen are all getting drafted. People don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to have that conversation. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like they pick and choose who they want to boost up and who they want to tear down. It's just part of sports. That's how it is, bro. We just gotta roll with the punches at this point.
So who is your number one quarterback in the NFL draft?
Oh, it's Shador Sanders for sure. It's not even close. It's not even close. If you go off of offensive line play, touchdown to ratio, percentages in college football history, it's not even close. It's not. If you go look at Cam Ward highlight tape, I just did it the other day. The commentators on his highlight tape say, "Oh my God, he have all day to throw. He's like standing back there with the ball, like just waiting for somebody to get open." On the other hand, Shador's running for his life damn near every play. So of course he's gonna look good in Miami offense. Duh. If you put Carson Beck, which he's over there now with a lot of the offensive line left, you put Will Howard. Will Howard is a perfect example. He go to Ohio State. He win a natty.
I got a little bit of a pushback. Cam Ward is the truth. I ain't gonna hold you, bro.
I'm telling. Listen to me.
Cam Ward.
Stop right there, Harry. I'm in Texas. Cam Ward is from Texas. Listen
what
to
does
me.
that mean? Like
I've been following him for.
Gangsters be like, "Yo, son, I'm from Brooklyn."
Been following him for.
About that. Then somebody smacks him in the mouth, and they'll be like, "Oh shoot."
I've been following him for a while.
Brooklyn. I was born in Newark.
Like Will Harry. It's like Will Howard and the Junkins running back from Ole Miss. You don't know about these guys.
Cam is nice, bro. Come on, you gotta stop.
Hold on.
Cam is nice,
the
bro.
Junkins running back and Will Howard, they leave not sorry teams, but programs that's not good. They go to Ohio State where they got good offensive line play and good talent. They win the championship. You see what I'm saying? Cam Ward go to Miami. All his offensive lines getting drafted. How many CU offensive linemen getting drafted? None. So my point is, CU had no NFL.
Tyler Brown's gonna get drafted soon, right?
Jordan Seaton is for sure.
Tyler Brown. What about Tyler Brown?
No, sir. Not even close.
Tyler Brown's my guy. I can't.
He's a great kid, great student. He's not getting drafted. People got to stop with they got to stop with the sarcastic and overhyping these. Coach Prime go get B and C level players. He tell you that. He gives second chance, last chance, third, fourth string from SEC calibers. That's what he get. So for people to take these players and blow them up like, oh my God, he's gonna come to see you and do this. No, he came to see you because he wasn't playing where he came from. Duh. People got to stop. Like, come on, man. It's basic information we got here. Coach Prime even said it. We're not paying these guys.
Sartor went to Tennessee. When did he go to Tennessee?
Who said that? Oh my! He did go to Tennessee, but he didn't play at Tennessee. That's the difference. That's why I said they get second and third string players to come play FCU. He didn't play. It's the reason why he left Tennessee. It's the reason why
you gotta sinister laugh, homie.
if you go look at Juju recruiting, I think every college wanted Juju.
But Juju's high school. Juju hasn't took a snap with college football speed yet. So I don't know.
If he hit the portal today, every college will send him an offer. That's what I'm saying. You understand? Because he played high-level Georgia football. You understand what I'm saying? They look at some of those like Duncanville in Texas. Alabama quarterback, they freshman quarterback come from Duncanville. They freshman quarterback come from Duncanville.
So real got some information in here. He said Salter was arrested on charges of simple possession and driving without a license. He was dismissed from the Tennessee football program.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
So was that his freshman year?
Yes, that was his. Yeah, I think his freshman or sophomore year. But go look at the NIL deals. That's how you know how much some of these players are worth. Some of these players are getting hundreds of thousands, like Salter. Some of them are getting millions, like Juju. Juju got $1 million plus.
So I guess the point that, like Phil said, that some people are making is that Salter is good enough for P4 football. He just had to take a step down because that was what he got. But where does Nico end up? Let's end the conversation on that. Where do you think Nico's going to end up? Is any school going to take him at this point?
For sure.
Or he's too damaged?
No, for sure. USC or a California school, UCLA, USC, one of those West Coast schools, and I say probably maybe Auburn or some schools like that who's trying to get spark a fire. You know what I'm saying? Some of those schools are so quiet right now. They need fire sparkers, right?
Hey, yo, Josh Pay was talking about this, and I want to do a show where I bring some college football people on, and we have a conversation about the NIL. But okay, let me just post this. Let me just say this. We don't want to talk about it, and we keep skirting the conversation, right? But when you talk about the NFL and people holding out, college football is there right now. Nico just happens to be the first one, right? So now we always knew, because we had a conversation on this live about NIL coming to this place, and now it's here. Why are we so shocked and so surprised that now we're seeing the results of what we knew was coming? That college football was going to get to this place where, hey, when people have contract disputes, James Harden in the NBA and all those other guys, they're going to hold out. So college football is now, because this is like maybe one of the first incidents that has happened, but now we're all shocked. But the question that's inside of this is, you got a player who is really good from the SEC, and he's dangling out there. So the coach that takes a chance on him, a la Dennis Rodman and others, the coach that takes a chance and say, oh, you guys are crazy. Y'all don't want to get Nico, but Nico's nice like that, and I don't care your self-righteous pedestal that y'all want to sit on about NIL and money. The game is about winning. So I think the coach that takes the chance on the guy, I don't think he's damaged goods. He was just having a contract dispute with a coach that thinks like college football is still pure. College football is no longer pure.
You wrong, Harry. He wasn't the
Oh,
first player. It was the quarterback from Michigan. He was the first player. He signed with
that held
LSU.
out.
He no. He not held out, but he kind of. Well, I ain't gonna
I
say held
specifically
out.
said held out.
Well, it was kind of like negotiating. It was like free agency.
He didn't
LSU.
show up to practice. This is people
No, but
voted
he's
him.
already paid though. Wait. He's already paid with a contract. I'm talking about this LSU guy who signed with LSU. Then one Michigan came running with 10 million. He decommitted from LSU and went signed with Michigan. You understand what I'm saying? So
But
it
this
was
is the
all
conversation. This is the question that I'm asking you. When are we going to stop pretending that college football is not here? It's not in this space now where players are going to have contract negotiations and they're going to hold out. And we are here right now. And we got to understand that Nico is a special player who had a contract dispute. We're trying to poison him and say he's no good. Don't touch him. Prom, don't touch him. But Prom has to win now. Prom has a $10 million contract and he has to win, right? When are we going to start getting the type of talent that's going to win us the Big 12? Yeah, we're getting a bunch of FCS players and G5 players.
it's
and that,
not coming, Harry. I told y'all when I
I'm
went to
just
San
saying, like,
Antonio.
when do we? Which coach is going to realize and be like Phil from the old Chicago Bulls? When the coach is going to realize that I'll be the bad guy, I'll take Nico, and I'll take whoever else wants to come over here because I got the money, and I'll fill my team. Because don't Georgia players get arrested every year, right? Like a contract dispute. Now we're muddying this guy's name and everything. It was a contract dispute. We do that in sports. So when are we gonna? So why not? Like, are we trying to uphold some type of college football integrity or righteous indignation? Why not Coach Prime? Why not get Nico? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's the question that I got, and I wanted your thoughts on that before we get up out of here.
I mean, at this point, I think unless Deion leave another school and go to a bigger conference, a bigger powerhouse, he would never sniff national titles because he just don't get the talent that he need. And people got to realize that. Shador and Travis was 2 top 10 talents. He probably never get that again. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he gonna most likely have to find another school to recruit from to get better players. Because you don't have the money to get the talent that we need. And it's just that simple.
So you're thinking Coach Prime, I mean, this is a thought, and I ain't gonna hold you. This is a thought that I had in the back of my mind. I wanted to know CU fans, like the real CU fans, not the emotional people that don't talk football. I wanted to know if the CU fans realize, if we understand, like, are we ever going to make the playoffs? Are we ever going to win the Big 12 with the trajectory that we're on? Right? Like, are we ever going to get viable O-line, or even people that will be interested in coming to Colorado, like from the Big 10 or the SEC, or just viable O-line. Like I'm not talking about FCS players that are serviceable that you can work up to. I'm talking about legit O-line, right?
Thank you. There you go.
Are we ever going to be able to acquire those players to make a push? Because CU wants to win a national championship, or is CU okay with just being regular, winning in the Big 12, winning 9 or 10 games, and then just being, if that's just okay. So are we ever going to get to that place where CU is able to acquire major talent, not our so-called superstars?
If we do, it's gonna be years down the line. Because, like I say, when I went to that bowl game in San Antonio, you can look at BYU line. It looked like JV and varsity. Like it's not even close. Our linemen are so small compared to some other school linemen. It's not even close. Like, I knew they wasn't gonna beat BYU, but how big they defensive line and offensive line was. You can just look at it. Like, man, part of it is intimidation because you looking at these big old strong athletes and you like, damn man, well, I don't go against this in practice. I don't that's why Salter look good in practice, because he practices against second and third string FCS players. He's not practicing against D1 starters. And that's what's gonna show her. It's gonna show. Trust me, it's gonna show. It's gonna show.
But these are the hard conversations that unfortunately, we
You
don't
gotta
get
wait
to
and
have with
see.
the fans. Like nobody wants to have these hard conversations. But then when the season comes and I come back on here live and I start pointing out some things that I said in the off season,
Yeah.
then it's like, oh, well, then we move the goalposts.
Yeah, that's a
You know
fact.
what I'm saying?
I agree with you. I agree with
We
you.
have to have these conversations. Everybody's not a superstar. Every
No.
player that Colorado gets is not a dog.
No,
But-
start right there, Harry. 9 times out of 10, every player that they get is a second or third string. That's what we gotta start understanding. We're not getting starters, people. Where Dallin Hayden was at Ohio State with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud been in the NFL for 3 years. He had to leave Ohio State because he wasn't playing. People got to start looking at that, man. We're getting third and fourth string players from good schools.
Not all of them. Not all of them. There are some really good players that are coming to Colorado, and there are starters. Caden Salter was a starter. He did go to a bowl game, and I believe
probably Will Shepherd probably was the biggest portal transfer.
Jimmy Horn was a starter too.
Who?
Jimmy Horn, when we got Jimmy Horn, he was a starter.
Yeah, Jimmy Horn was a starter. That's a fact. But I'm saying,
so we can't do this blanket statement that you're making. We can't say this.
No. I'm not saying it. I'm saying starters from big schools that are good, that's that can compete at a high level. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I think that's where you said, like you said, it's going to happen in like some years down the line.
Yeah,
but I think CU has to prove themselves first, because those players are not like, I don't think players are just like enamored with Gold Jackets, and they're thinking, oh, let me go over there because they got a bunch of Gold Jackets coaching. But I don't think the players, the type of players that you need to make a playoff push, those type of players are not enamored with Gold Jackets.
It's not that. No, wait, Harry, you're wrong.
I think they're enamored. I think those players are more so like, who's going to be next to me that's going to help me? Because you got to look at that. If you're going to a program, you got to think about who you're going to, because the guy next to you can look at you and be like, nah, they don't have a good squad for me to go in the mix of. I'll just be a one of one. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to a bunch of guys that you know are going to be locked in. You're going to a bunch of players where you're just like, yeah, I don't know. They got the Gold Jackets, but if I go play next to Tyler Brown, is Tyler Brown a starter for the NFL? You know what I'm saying? Like, those are
but you saying Gold Jacket
before you go to Colorado.
Some of those players don't understand how great those Gold Jackets. They wasn't born when those players were playing. So when you keep saying Gold Jacket or Marshall Faulk, to some of those players probably like, oh, he just won a Coach Prime Friends. No, that's the greatest show on turf right there. But to us, we older, we understand how great Marshall Faulk was. To them, they looking at it like, oh shit, they rather listen to somebody like Adrian Peterson or fucking Derrick Henry. That's more
no cussing.
Well, I'm sorry, but like they don't know how good Warren Sapp was.
No, but that doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't matter because they're not playing.
Gold Jackets to the track. I don't think they care about the Gold Jackets. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I said. I said those players are not enamored with Gold Jackets.
They're not, because they don't understand the greatness. They don't understand.
It doesn't matter whether those people are great. I think what matters is who you're playing next to, because the Gold Jackets are not playing. It's not a bunch of Gold Jackets on the field with you. It's players that are not, that you don't deem to be, as good as the next player. Like if you look at Ohio State's line, if you look at Oregon State's line, right? If you wanted to go to a transfer to Ohio State or Oregon or Notre Dame, you know that you're going into good company because those guys have proven themselves with good competition and they held up. But if you put Colorado against BYU and they don't hold up, if you put Colorado against K-State and they don't hold up, you're going into that environment, taking your talent to that environment, and there's no assurance that you're going to be going into good company that's going to make you look good, because everybody has to be complimentary. so
Fact.
that you can, so because if they're not
Fact.
complimentary, then why are you even going? Because
That's a fact. That's a
so,
fact.
so then that means that we're throwing the ball down the road. So Colorado, not this year, not next year. We got to throw this thing, and Colorado has to prove themselves. Colorado has to win some really tough games. Coach Prime going to have to coach his butt off with the lesser talent that he's acquiring. Coach his butt off, impress the other guys, and say, "Oh, well, they're winning." Just like, let's say, depending on if you look at Cincinnati, as does he have an elite squad, or is he coaching his butt off at with the Hoosiers, right? If you look at him and you like, I think Cincinnati is probably coaching his butt off, but they do have some money, and so they do have some line. So you got to compare some of that stuff and say, okay, so where are they going? Where is Colorado going? If Colorado starts to put up some numbers with, I don't know if you want to call them second-rate talent or a group of 5 talent, right? FCF talent. If Coach Prime coaches his butt off and consistently put up 9 wins or 10 wins, then before you know it, within 3 to 5 years, you'll start seeing, more Jordan Seatons coming to the program. And before you know it, Coach Prime will be at a winning situation.
But they had to pay Jordan Seaton. You got to pay like the dude that went to Oregon. I think he a top first round, second round player, Derek Homer.
But you got to pay everybody nowadays, so that doesn't mean nothing.
No, you got to pay the
everybody.
talent. You got to pay the top talent. Like I'm telling you, Derek Homer or something like that. He was supposed to come to see you. Oregon jumped in the negotiations and paid him a bag. He went to Oregon. Now he's a late first round to early second round.
So let me ask you this question. If we, like you just said, right? Let me ask you this question. Regardless of how much you got to pay them, are you saying that the talent doesn't care about who's playing next to them if you got the bag?
Facts, because some of these players know this their last bag they gonna get. So some of these players don't care who they're playing.
That's a whole nother dynamic than what the conversation I was having was players care more about their NFL future than they do with just the bag. So you're saying
that's not true. Look
if
at Nico.
Colorado had the bag, then Colorado can leapfrog the years that may be coming for them to prove themselves. You're saying they can get those talent right now if they had the bag.
Wasn't Nico Collins a one game away from the playoffs, and he's leaving Tennessee for the bag, right?
They won 10 games, so they were in the playoffs, right? No,
no, they weren't in the playoffs. They was close.
Okay. They didn't make.
But it was only 3 teams made it from the SEC. But my point is,
but I'm not talking about quarterbacks because quarterbacks leave all the time. I'm talking about the linemen or the linebackers. I'm talking about those players that's going to be not at the helm, but the team as a structure. You're telling me that what I was saying earlier about just a second ago about them playing next to valuable talent or equal talent, you're saying no, Coach Prime can leapfrog that if he had the money, if CU had the money?
For sure. I feel like we would have had money. The linebacker Hill Green would still be in Colorado. He went to Alabama for the money. You understand what I'm saying?
You think so?
For sure. Sure.
So you're saying his production at CU made Alabama look and say, I got some money for you?
Facts. Of course. Alabama
of all teams with DeBoer and
yes.
You sure?
Yes. Alabama been paying players, bro. If you go look at
no. That's no argument. We know that. We know
Alabama, they know their alumni got money.
But out of all these other players, you said this. Oh no, you know what? The word on the street is that Nikhil Green already knew one of the coordinators at Alabama, so it was an easy sell. There was nothing there. So yeah, I see that. But I'm thinking like
if Colorado had the bag,
if Nikhil Green did not have the connection he had with Alabama already with one of their coordinators or coaches or whatever, assistant coaches. If he didn't have that, you would say that his showing was good enough for a team like an SEC team like Alabama to pay him.
He was a Michigan kid already, so he already was in a lot of school.
Coming from Charlotte.
He was Charlotte. He went to Michigan too. But what I'm saying is that Alabama, he don't go to Alabama if Alabama don't offer him the bag. You understand what I'm saying?
I feel like I want to throw in there a little bit of a wrinkle to say he would, because this is his final showing. He can go SEC, and if he balls out at SEC, then his tape looks better that he did it at Alabama. So the money wouldn't have been the motivation. It would have been the actual SEC would have been the motivation.
But think about this too. You're right, but look at it like this too. The competition at Alabama is way higher than it is at Colorado. So there's a chance he might not even play if some talent come in, redshirt or transfer portal, and outplay him in the summer. There's a chance he don't even get on the field.
No,
You
but the
understand
word
what
on
I'm
the
saying?
street is like he's actually looking really good. Like he
Yeah,
might start.
of course. He looking good.
Like,
now.
yeah. If you follow Alabama stuff, like the word on the street is that he might even start.
He look good now. Of course, he look
I've been
good.
doing a little bit of sneak watching him.
He
Anytime
look
somebody
good.
leaves Colorado, I do a little bit of
I
sneak
just
watching
said
him.
he been in programs. He been with Michigan. He been with Charlotte. He been with Colorado. He been with some good programs. So he been in college 4 or 5 years.
And I think
He's
Surfer
ready.
Boy 3000 just said he's cooking.
Yeah, he's cooking. He's ready. I'm not saying he's not ready. I'm not saying he's not cooking. What I'm telling you is there's some players at Alabama who's probably just as good as him or a little better than him, is what I'm saying. that's Alabama we talking about.
Well, no, I mean I get that. I knew they
That's
had
what
a
I'm
stack.
saying.
They were stacked. They were stacked, but
Yeah,
no,
they was saying.
I don't know if
Wait,
I
didn't Colorado have a linebacker from Alabama that didn't even get on the field at Alabama or Colorado? Yeah,
I'm
we
sure
did.
we had a couple. I don't remember the name,
Yeah, Alabama keeps
but I
talent.
don't know if I'm riding the narrative of Nakahil Green left because Alabama offered him a bag. I don't know if I want to buy that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that one is a hard sell for me because I feel like I don't know. I'm not saying my narrative is better. I just think he left because he wanted to end his career. He wants to get to the NFL, and his chances are better at Nebraska. At Alabama, because number one, he already has a connection at Alabama. Because I think one of the coaches, either from Charlotte, went to Alabama, or somebody at Alabama.
you know, you can Google the NIL deals, right? You can look up his NIL deal. There's information that's out there.
Well, I mean, you got NIL, but like, what you're
You know what I'm
saying is
saying? Just go
Alabama
look at his
would have offered
NIL was
him more money.
bigger. You got his NIL that Colorado gave him when he came, and you got the NIL that Alabama gave him. Go look at it.
But that's not an indicator. It won't be a good indicator to say that that's why he left.
If the money is $200,000-300,000 bigger, you don't think so?
That's not a good indicator because your situation could be better at a place. You don't want to just put yourself in a new environment for a few $100,000. I don't think kids are making these type of.
Well, the situation, the money, and the environment, everything is better than CU. You got to look at that too,
now. now you're sounding like a CU hater.
Let's just be real, Harry. Come on now.
Now
you talking about one
hater.
school. Hold on, wait. You talking
you
about Alabama?
Calling me a hater. I don't want to.
You talking about Alabama, an SEC school who's been winning championship recently, who got a lot of NFL talent, who's always in the college playoff or rank. Like, see. Is playing behind Justin Jefferson at Alabama. See what I'm saying? Behind somebody. You understand what I'm saying? So when people say he's cooking, somebody might be watching third or fourth string reps he's cooking in. I don't see a depth chart saying Nakahil Green is a starting linebacker at Alabama who's going to look to win a linebacker buckets or raw. I don't see none of that. So people got to pump. I know y'all like him. He's a CU player. I get that. But come on, man. Y'all got to stop with that, bro. Alabama recruit 5 stars at linebackers every year. You think they're going to put a 5th-year senior that's come from Pac-12? Come on, man. Y'all got to be real.
But that was your argument. You just said that he got paid.
I'm telling you, he went
you're
for
debunking
the
your own argument?
No. What I'm telling you is Alabama, only reason why he's at Alabama because Alabama offered him NIL. That's it.
Every student gets NIL now. That's the rule.
That's not true, Harry.
Yes, it is, bro.
Every player that's coming to CU is not getting big NIL bags. I'm telling you that right
now. You're changing the color of it. Every player is going to get NIL now. That is the rule.
I'm saying big NIL. I ain't talking about a local car dealership.
You can't step on your own talking point when you say big NIL, and then you say he's playing behind somebody. So if there, which one
I
do
ain't
you
say he's
want?
playing. Somebody else said he's playing behind somebody. I'm
That's
telling
what I'm
you
saying.
that.
You said y'all gotta stop that. Y'all gotta stop bigging him up. You bigged him up.
No, I'm saying people saying that he's cooking and starting at Alabama because they like him. When somebody just posted the fact he's playing behind somebody. You see how somebody just said he's cooking and he's doing this, and then somebody come with the facts. No, he's playing behind somebody. That's my point.
Yeah, but you don't offer somebody a big bag for him to come play behind somebody. That's not how this works. You see
Yeah.
how that argument
If Alabama,
doesn't favor you.
but I'm saying 400,000 at CU is a big bag. It might not be a big bag at Alabama. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
It's two different
but if
bags.
you're giving that to Nikhil Hill Green, but then $400,000 from a Big Ten linebacker,
Salter. Let's say Salter. Salter got 400,000. The quarterback.
Salter.
Yes.
You said
He
Salter
got
got,
four.
but he's a quarterback though.
But I'm saying he got 400,000. That's not a lot. That's a quarterback. You understand what I'm saying? That's not
But
a
he's
lot.
coming
Did you
from
see?
Liberty, so obviously, yeah. I
But
mean,
he had an
you
undefeated.
don't come from Liberty in the Conference USA and then get $1 million.
He was an undefeated quarterback though.
So what? Ain't nobody giving you millions coming from Conference USA.
Okay, so put it like this then. Go look at Juju NIL. Juju probably the biggest NIL package CU ever paid out. And I think it's like
You
1 point.
don't think Jordan Scene is up there?
He was up there, but Juju higher than him. I think Jordan got like 1.2 or something. I think Juju like 1.5. They have to get
Okay,
him from
but he's a
SEC.
high school 5-star, so I mean that makes sense, right?
Both of them was
Everybody
a high
wanted
school
him.
five. Both of them was about both of them. Everybody wanted him for sure. For sure. For sure.
Bro, your arguments are all over the place. You're confusing me.
No. I'm saying that when players that are talented get big NIL bags, that's what I'm saying. So, for instance, if Ryan Williams was to leave Alabama, if Jeremiah Smith was to leave Ohio State, their NIL bags are starting at millions.
Oh,
If
of course. I mean, but you're talking
okay, now
about the
let me get the other
superstars.
side. Hold on. Let me get the other
You're
side.
literally talking about dudes that
Hold
are
on,
catching
wait.
one-handed passes in the playoffs.
If Draylon Miller leaves Colorado, his NRL bag offer is probably reach 500, 600,000 at the biggest. You understand what I'm saying? So he don't get as much as the other good freshmen because
That's because you're
CU.
talking about how big the program is.
Exactly. So Alabama
And then the production.
alumni and Alabama program and alumni is bigger to where they can offer a fifth-year senior linebacker who might not play a bag just to come sit on the bench and he might not play. You understand what I'm saying? See, you can't afford to.
Right there is where I can't buy it. Like they're not paying $400 million for somebody to come sit on the bench. They're not.
400,000, yeah, bro. That's
I mean,
not a lot of
400,000.
money.
I said 400
That's
million.
not a lot to alumni in Alabama. Trust me, that's not no money, bro. Alabama got money. They're alumni. Them people, Alabama don't have a NFL or a NBA. They sleep and they Alabama all the way. They NIL package is big, like Michigan. Big packages. I'm telling you this. They offering millions. Why you think that kid left LSU and got 10 million at Michigan? And he haven't played one down in college football. He got 10 million.
You know what sounds crazy, bro? The players are starting to get more money than the coaches.
Fact. That's what I'm trying to tell
Never
you.
knew that day would come where the players start getting more money than the coaches. The coaches used to be the superstar. Now the players are getting more money than the coaches.
Because the players make the coaches. If Jeremiah Smith leave Ohio State, there's a chance Ohio State might not be as good as they was. You understand? Because he's that good.
Syracuse, Surfer Boy 3000 says the squad to watch would be Syracuse this season for sleepers, Harry B. Syracuse is nice like that? Syracuse is putting it together like that? I haven't heard anything about Syracuse putting it together like that.
Nah. People like Syracuse. They like the Fred Brown story. They quarterback going to the NFL. They don't have a quarterback. People got to pump the brakes on Syracuse, bro. I mean, the story is great, though.
I'll go look it up to see who they got on their squad, but I didn't hear like the sports stuff that I be reading, nobody is saying, hey, yo, look out. I mean, obviously, if I don't follow the beat writers on Syracuse, that's who you should follow. So, Surf, if you're following the beat writers and you know something personally about Syracuse, then that's what's up. But I don't know. They're not making splash news. But
I did hear Nico looking at North Carolina with Bill Belichick. I did hear that.
I think Bill Belichick is that guy to get him. Like, Bill Belichick don't care.
He don't care.
Yeah, he don't care. He's like, look, I'm trying to build a winning program. But that's the thing. That's the question I was trying to ask you earlier, that you're going to make Bill Belichick look like a hero because he's coming in with, I don't care, I just need a win. And then he starts winning. He's going to be a Nick Saban before you know it.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And once again, North Carolina is a big program who have a big bag on the athletic side.
Off of basketball.
Exactly. So they can go offer some players big bags that they can't turn. All these players that hit in the portal, I guarantee you a few of them end up in North Carolina.
What's the name said Tennessee was in the playoffs that lost to Ohio State?
I think they probably would. I think they would.
That's what I thought. Because I scratched my head. I'm like, wait, no, I thought Tennessee was in the playoffs.
Was. I know 3 or 4 SEC teams got in for sure.
Yeah, I think Surf is watching the he's a little bit behind, so he's watching where we were saying, and he's kind of like trying to catch up. He's not on the current.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Coach Prime is playing the hand that he was dealt. See, you don't have money. They can't really get some of the top.
But why set the guy up? Why set the guy up with a $10 million contract and put that bullseye on him when you know that you cannot recruit the way you need to recruit? Why do that to him?
Well, I think that money was based on what Travis and Shador did for the program.
No, I get it. I get it, but now that you got the money, you got to show. And if you're not showing to three years down the road, then the money's going to start questioning his legacy. And that's the part that I don't like. The part that I don't want to happen is that when he starts, unless he puts up another 9 to 10 win season in the next couple of years, people are going to start coming for that money.
For sure.
And that's a legit sports conversation.
It is, for sure it is, but it's almost unfair because what he done in 2 years to a program that was dead. You can't have that
unfair not to pay him?
No, it's unfair to try to critique him on anything he does in his next 5 years because what he already done. It's almost unfair. No,
it's not. It's on the table. No, it's not unfair. It's fair.
Harry.
If you pay a guy $10 million, he's the fourth highest paid coach in college football. It's not unfair to say you got to win. That's not unfair. I don't care what you did for Colorado. I don't care.
You're right.
Cares about that.
Wait. You're right. But who paid him that money? Colorado, right? Now let me ask you this question. Be honest. Hold on. Wait. Be honest.
That money. Why?
Be honest. Be honest. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. How much money do you think he may see you in 2 years? Just be honest with yourself.
He made at least $500 million.
So what is 54 million to 500 million?
No. The conversation I'm having is what comes with the 10, right? With the 54, what comes with that? The implications are winning, but you don't have the structure yet to win. You don't have that structure. And when I say win, I ain't talking about in the Big 12, making the Big 12 conference championships, right? And also winning playoff games. But now you put the target on him too early, and now he has to put up a shut up. And what I'm saying is the sports landscape are going to come for that money if he doesn't show in this year, next year, or the year after that. They're coming for that money. It's all going to be about the money. It has nothing to do with sentimental values.
No.
Miss Peggy and all of that. None of that stuff is going to matter. If he does not show up in the next 3 years, they're coming for the money.
So you said if he goes 7-5, 6-6, 7-5, they're going to come for the money?
Oh, wait a minute. If he wins 7 games this year, they're coming for the money right away. Forget about 3 years down the line. They are coming for the money.
Nah, because
Oh, see? All right,
people
right
gonna
now it is 3
realize
hours, 33 minutes, and 24 seconds.
people gonna realize,
Let's
Harry.
bookmark this. That Harry B at TLP Sports Club said that if Coach Prime does not win more than 9 games, or at least 9 games or more, that they will come for his head for that money. I
Nah.
guarantee it.
People gonna realize that his best 2 players was top 10 draft picks. So
Nobody cares. I
he's
don't
not
care.
expected to be that great off the top.
Yes,
People
he
know
is.
that. No,
Yes, he
he's
is.
not, Harry.
Yes, he is. You
A
getting paid $10 million.
8-win season
You're
is
the 4th
successful.
highest paid coach in college football. Don't nobody care that you got 2 draft picks and they're gone. You got paid $10 million. We want our money's worth. Man, you know I didn't eat breakfast and I did not have no lunch, and it's almost 4 o'clock.
Yeah, you got to get you some vitamins, brother.
No, I got vitamins. I got to take my multi. But yeah, man. But man, look, the last part of this show, the conversation you and I have just been having. These are the type of conversations I want to have more of. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know you. I don't know when you go live, man. I gotta start catching your lives. You
gotta hit that bell button. You gotta hit the bell. The bell will send you a notification that Harry B is live or TLP is live.
Okay.
Hold on. After the game says this, Harry, you were wrong. Coach Prime only winning 7 games still makes $50 million for the school.
Thank you.
What am I wrong about? No. Tell me what I'm wrong about.
You're telling me.
So y'all out there, y'all believing that the coaching universe, the talking sports, the talking heads, the Josh Page, the Joe Klatz, the Paul Farnbaums, the Stephen A. Smiths, right? The committee, that show with all the black guys, right? Yeah. You're telling me, let's just put Ocho Cinco and Unk in there. You're telling me that Coach Prime gets $10 million this year. He wins 7 games this year. He digresses. You're telling me they're not coming for his head?
No. Now, if Caleb DeBoer at Alabama, they gonna come for his head with 7 wins because he have the talent to get 10 wins. People know Coach Prime don't really have that talent. So 9 wins with that.
People superstars.
9 wins with that talent.
Why are we calling Sincere and the tight end that we got? Why are we calling them superstars?
That's the casual Colorado fans, bro. They probably don't even know what high school this guy went to. They just look at 6'5" and say he's gonna be great. They don't know nothing about this guy. They don't know nothing.
After the game, that's what I'm saying. They're coming for the money. Let me clarify what I mean by they're coming for the money. That means that the conversation is gonna be around, does he deserve $10 million winning only 7 games in the lowly Big 12? That's what that conversation is going to be. I guarantee you, the conversation is going to be, you win 9 games, right? You win 9 games in the Big 12. You get paid $10 million now that you are, the 4th highest paid coach in college football, the entire landscape of college football. You win 9 games. You got paid $10 million, and now you go out and you win 7 games. You don't even have a chance to go to the I need water. You don't even have time to go to you don't even have the chance to go to the title game. In your conference, you are the highest paid coach in your conference. So all of these sports talking heads, Unk and Ocho, Josh Pate, Joe Klatt, RJ Young, myself, all of these people, we're going to just sit back and be like, oh, we got to give Coach Prime some grace? Heck no. What? All right. You know what? I think we got to bring back.
Your boy with Rolliola in Nebraska, they gave him grace. He didn't win number 5-6 games, did he?
Who?
Nebraska coach. The NFL coach.
They made a bowl game. Yeah, they won a bowl game. They went to the bowl game and won it.
But what their record was?
I think they won 6 or 7 games.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that.
But Matt Rule did not get $10 million.
But he probably will. He probably will.
He won't. Nebraska's not giving Matt Rule $10 million. He's not.
No, Prime only got $10 million. Harry, you put in wins with school revenue. He only got that money based on the money he made the school, not on the on-field record.
Sports
You're going
universe
off
is
a
not
record.
reading it like that. The sports universe, one writer said that your record is 33 and something, and you're getting paid $10 million. And then we started to break it down. I think it was Brian Howell and Adam Matsutaka. They started saying, well, if you're counting wins and losses, then you don't really understand why Coach Prime got the money he got. The argument that you're making is the argument that we as CU fan, the base, we're going to make that argument. We can uphold Coach Prime and say that's the reason why he's getting the money. But we understand that. But the coaching universe, the college football universe, does not read it like that. The college football universe says you're the highest paid coach. There's no asterisk on that. You're the highest paid coach in the Big 12. There's no asterisk on that. You just are.
Yes.
You are the fourth highest paid college football coach. There's no asterisk on that.
Best, yes. But he got that check based off what he already done, not what he's about to do. That's where you getting it mixed up at. That $50 million came on from 1 to 4 to 9 wins, not what he finna do in the next 5 years. Because as you know and I know, that contract can be voided. He can be out of there next year. He can leave and go to the NFL.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm saying I think we're going in circles because we're not understanding each other. I'm not making an argument whether he deserves it or he doesn't deserve it. I'm just saying that the way that we're thinking about it and sports talk is going to treat it is two different things. Sports talk, the people that matter, sports talk, all right? The people that make the game interesting, sports talk, writers, all right? We make the game interesting. I know if I put myself in there, everybody's going to come for me, but whatever. I'm just saying, the sports talk, the Nick Sabans, the people that go on these shows, you know what I'm saying, these pregame shows, right? All of the sports talk universe are going to require, or when they start commenting on the fact that Colorado wins 7 games, the money would be a motivational talk, or would lead the conversation and say the next breath they're gonna say is, but he's getting paid $10 million. They're not gonna say, well, you know what I'm saying, Coach Prime did a lot for the Colorado. They're gonna say, but he's the 4th paid coach in college football. How is he only winning 7 games?
Who's the highest paid coach right now?
What's the name from Georgia?
And after that, who's before Coach Prime is what I'm asking you.
Who's right before Coach Prime?
I'm saying who's making more money than Coach Prime, college coaches.
Are you talking about the Big 12 or in general?
I'm talking about period. You said he's the 4th highest paid, so who the other top 3 is?
Oh, let me give you that right now.
Because Georgia and Michigan were Coach Harbaugh gone to the league. So basically, those other 3 coaches you're talking about are underperforming, and nobody's talking about them because they ain't won shit. Excuse my French. But everybody know only Georgia, Kirby Smart, the only one really been winning. Besides that, who else? Who's top paid coach? Who?
All right, so let me give you that right now. Let's go over that. I know you're always trying to poke holes.
No, I just want to find out. I want to find out.
You always trying to poke holes. I know your MO.
I just want to find out who are they not talking about.
You always trying to poke holes in this thing, but let's go.
Brian Kelly. That's what they say? Lincoln Riley? USC ain't won nothing. Nobody talking about him. Nobody talking about USC. They haven't won anything.
What?
Clemson haven't won anything. Is anybody talking about his contract negotiation? No. That's my point. So
hold on. I'm about to bring it. Like
that's the list right there. We just seen it.
No, that's not it. That's not it because it doesn't have.
Huh?
No, it's saying right here that
$10 million. That's the money right there.
No, Dan Lanning is number 4. Dan Lanning doesn't have. Dan Lanning not getting $11 million, is he?
If that's CBS Sports, I'm pretty sure that's correct.
But where is Prime?
Prime right there with Belichick. You don't see it right there? They both making 10 million. Prime and Belichick both
No,
making 10
Belichick is
million.
not making 10. This information is
That's
fact.
CBS. Harry, now you just went off about credible sources. CBS
No, but
Sports.
unless Belichick is not making 10. I'm trying to tell you.
Well, you got to argue with Google how much Bill Belichick is making. Maybe you're wrong. You don't know how much he's making. But I'm pretty sure.
I've done a video. I did a video on this.
Well, your video might be old. This is
My
CBS
video
Sports.
might be old. I know, when was this posted? Let's look at this.
You just went off of sources. Just CBS
This
Sports.
is
Right here.
March 28th. Okay,
That
March
just
28th.
came out 2 weeks ago. So that's correct. Your information is a little off.
Mine could be old. If mine is old, it's old, right?
Exactly. So that now
Number
we're gonna
10
go
is
by
Brian
CBS
Kelly.
Sports.
Okay, this is CBS Sports. Okay, maybe the information has been updated. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I can be wrong. I can be wrong. So Colorado, okay. So Bill Belichick is getting 10. That information was not reported earlier. Did he renegotiate his contract after Deion?
You just put up Alkaline Sports to say they credible. We're gonna go by CBS. They should be pretty credible.
He like CBS.
So that dude at Alabama, he haven't won anything. Is anybody talking about his contract negotiations? No. He got some of the best players in the nation.
Kellen DeBoer?
Alabama haven't won anything since he been there, have they?
No. Slow down. So let's make sure. Let's make sure that we treating this conversation correctly. Kellen DeBoer went to the national title game with Michigan.
With the players that Nick Saban recruited.
Hold on. No, Washington.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
No. We're saving money now, and we gotta make sure we treat it right. You say he ain't done nothing.
I'm saying at Alabama.
In the big time. No, forget about Alabama. He just got there.
No, Harry, listen to what I'm telling you. You confusing the conversation. It don't say Washington is paying him $10 million. It says Alabama is paying him $10 million, right?
But he's worth it. His resume says he should.
Okay, well
Washington,
that's different.
Wasn't Washington in the Pac-12?
Yes.
Okay. He took a Pac-12 team to the national title game.
Oregon was there a couple times. What's your argument?
Wasn't Coach Prime in the Pac-12?
Yes, his first year.
Okay. So what are you talking about? If you're able to take a Pac-12 team to the national title game.
Okay, let's not get stuck on him. Keep going down. Stop right there. Lincoln Riley. Don't go over Lincoln Riley. Nobody talking about Lincoln Riley.
I ain't trying to hide nothing. What are you doing?
Lincoln Riley made $10 million. What has he done?
Lincoln Riley has put in 12, at least 4 Heisman quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh man, that's not at USC. What has he done at USC to make $10 million? Is what I'm asking you.
Well, you didn't hear what I just said?
Oh,
you can't credit that to him.
He only put in Caleb Williams. That was it, and he brought him from Oklahoma. What has he done at USC to get paid $10 million? Is what I'm asking you.
So after the game said Dan renegotiated his contract in March. He is getting 11. Oh, okay. So a lot of this information now comes out after Coach Prime got his money. Then, so okay, exactly. I ain't been following the money. And
hey, what you're leaving out? Some of those schools have prior great recruitment before these coaches got there.
Bro,
Colorado didn't have it.
No,
you don't want to talk about that.
I'm doing a video on this. This is actually a standalone video because remember now we're all going off of Coach Prime being the 4th highest paid coach, and he's no longer the 4th highest paid coach in college football.
Thank you.
Coach Prime is now the 8th highest paid coach in college football. Well, he's top 10.
He's top 10.
Kirby Smart is still holding 13.2. I'm glad we Googled this information.
But some of these coaches walked into great recruitment schools with great 5-star talent already.
I don't care about none of that. I don't care.
You got to though, Harry. You're being unfair.
No, you
Harry,
don't.
I'm gonna tell you why, Harry, watch this. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why you're being unfair. Because if any one of these coaches would have walked into a 1-11 school, I guarantee you we would be having a different conversation.
I've already done a video on that. You can go to my page and watch. Like I've already done a video on that. It's look. I've already done a video on that. There was a couple of coaches that did that and they won. I mean, his fraternity brother. If you look at what was going on at with Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, if you look at what was going on and they being the last, you know what I'm saying, they being ranked the last and then winning the Big 12. There's a few coaches that have taken situations and turned them around. So listen, at the end of the day, Colorado has to find a way to recruit higher. That's what it boils down to. Colorado has to find a way to recruit higher. Once you recruit higher, then Coach Prime his name can be in the actual conversation.
Look at that list, though, Harry. Look at that list. Look at those schools.
Yeah,
those
but
are
what do you
all
mean?
powerhouses. Coach Prime can't compete with that. There's no way in the world he compete with that.
But
those are
some people say if he getting superstar players, then he should.
He's not getting, and I'm here to tell you, those people are delusional and don't know anything. The players that these schools are getting, Coach Prime can't even get an offer to. People gotta wake up, bro. Stop being so damn delusional, man.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And people really gonna realize how good Shador and Travis was when they leave CU. And people gonna be like, damn, CU really was, I thought they was, nah, they just had two outstanding talent. That's why they looked so good. People gotta wake up, bro.
Really right say eventually we're gonna have to stop caring about what people say when Prime is your coach.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Well, listen, in order for Prime to win, Prime has to have the capacity to recruit multiple linemen at each position.
Well, did y'all talk about the new lineman from Memphis already?
Yeah, we talked about it. We talked about him a little bit.
That was good. He got it. Now this year line is going to be the best
some of the
line.
Superstars we're talking about. Coach Prime got a few superstars.
Nah, this year line. Now this offensive line, I can tell you this: the running game will be significantly better this year. For a fact, that's a fact. They might be a more running team.
Are you going on the record to say that this line is better than the last 2 years' line?
Oh yeah, by far. This will be the best line Coach Prime had at CU right here. This line with seeding and the portal players he got coming in for sure.
Okay.
Okay. They have now. You can book this, Harry. CU have a 800-yard rusher this year for sure. For sure.
And you're putting that on the line, and you're saying because
I'm putting that on the line. Somebody from CU will rush for 750 plus yards. They will rush for almost 800 yards this year for sure.
So give me your win loss predictions.
Oh, this year they go 7-5. They 7-5 this year. Based on I looked at their schedule, they 7-5.
They're coming for that money.
They 7-5.
If they go 7-5, somebody's coming for that money.
I'm telling you. They look at this. Did you look at the schedule?
Of course. Come on, man. You know I do this.
They 75 for sure.
We looked at the schedule. Georgia Tech is going to put that whoop in Colorado.
Yeah. Georgia Tech might put that whoop. It's a couple schools going to put that whoop.
Georgia Tech is going to put that whoop in Colorado.
Well, I don't know, Harry. The spring portal is not over yet. So he might get a few more.
That's the truth. That's the truth. But you got to have the money to go get the top players.
That's a fact.
Maybe it starts with Nico. I'm joking.
That's a fact. Nah, Nico, Coach Prime, if he wouldn't have came out talking about how much money he want, maybe, but everybody know he want money. So that really hurt him. He gonna have to go to a school.
I don't know why that's a bad thing. Like, why are we still castigating these players and saying that's a bad thing? When we are there already. Stop playing like we're not there.
But $4 million is not. That's a lot for a player who's really haven't proven anything. He was around a stacked team. Dolan Simpson, his running back, was pretty good. He had pretty good talent at Tennessee. He wasn't just carrying Tennessee. Like he wasn't just doing all that by himself.
But it's like, is that argument, that old age argument, what comes first? You're gonna blame the quarterback when things go AWOL, or you're gonna give him the credit when everything works. So
that's the great thing about sports. We get to see when he's not playing against Tennessee, how good are you? Well, you're not playing with Tennessee rock stars. This next school you go to better be a powerhouse, or people go, oh, you wasn't worth $4 million in the begin with. You was just playing with Tennessee. You was stacked. So get ready for that too.
So
That
what if
comes with
he
it.
goes to the group of 8 or the group of what group of 5 or whatever, and he wins?
People, it's not the SEC. That's not Power 5. He got to go to Power 5 and win. He got to go
Power
to a
4. There ain't no
school.
Power 5. It's Power 4.
Power 4. He got to go to the Power 4 and win. If he don't, he a small quarterback, so he know he not
What
getting
Power
drafted.
4 team do you think he gets? Carolina? I would say, yeah, man. I think Bill Belichick should be the bad guy.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the person that's willing to embrace this new NIL landscape and stop playing like it's a bad thing and realize that we are here right now, I think that coach is going to win. And just like Coach Prime has changed the how the transfer portal thing works, I think that coach will start realize will make other coaches realize if these kids are negotiating, let them negotiate, because that's where we are, and it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better.
That's a fact.
So the coach that really embraces that and said, okay, I'm sorry, but if he dropped the ball on your $4 million, I'll give you $4 million. Come play for me.
Well, Harry, if
it's going to make the difference in him winning more games, then why the heck not? What does that have to do with you? That ain't my money. He ain't spending my personal money.
The quarterback from Michigan is going to help that. Now, if he come out and he don't perform up to that $10 million, it might not be no more $10 million contracts getting handed out. That might be the last one. If he don't come out, if he don't come out and be as good
negotiate, because you're telling me that if the Ohio State wide receiver goes to another school and he says, I want this, they won't give it to him?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, then it's
sure.
What you negotiate.
But no. He's already performed. I'm saying this freshman quarterback that's coming in, if Michigan go 6-6, there might be or underperform and don't make a bowl game, that might be the last $10 million NIL deal that we gonna see.
Why would you put that on his head though?
Because he got $10 million and he haven't played nothing. He haven't done nothing. So,
no, but I'm just saying, why if they go 6 wins, then why won't you put that on coaches and the O-line?
I don't think they paid him $10 million to get 6 wins. Do you think that?
Yeah, but that's not his fault. Like, let's say you give.
No, if it's not his fault, if he come out and he's a Heisman candidate, then yeah. But if he's underperforming, then.
But there are nuances that we got to consider. It's not a he's the one guy out there throwing the ball to himself, catching it, running for touchdowns. He ain't doing all of that, right? It's a committee. It's a team, basically, right? He's not blocking for himself.
No, so what I'm saying is if Michigan is winning games because of their defense and not really their offense, and their offense is underperforming, this is
how you'll be able to tell if he's throwing ducks, right? Like the line is blocking, he got 3 seconds, and he's back there missing his targets and stuff. Then we can evaluate him based on those aspects. But if that kid is if he's throwing the ball and his wide receivers are just dropping it, like come on, like ain't nobody gonna sit there. And if PFF grade goes down because people just dropping the ball,
like the Raiola kid that I was wrong about, I'm pretty sure he got a nice bag.
Oh, you admitted that you were wrong about Raiola.
I was, but I'm pretty sure he got Adidas deal and all that right now. Like,
so are you secretly giving me credit for what I told you about Raiola?
Oh no, for sure.
I told you, I was like, yo, bro, you gotta look at Raiola, and
but to be fair, Harry,
you're in Texas, so you know how Texas Tech is deep this year, right? You should know.
No, they are right. They are right. They are right.
Oh! We got another one. Hold on. Let me get one more in. You said Texas Tech is all right this year?
Yeah, 8-4.
So they're not deep.
8-4.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna get 2 on you. Once again, it is now 3 hours, 57 minutes, and 47 seconds. You're saying that Texas Tech is 8-4, they're not that deep this year.
April 14, 2025, Texas Tech is going 8-4. You can book it. That's good though. You said it's not that good. That's good. 8-4 is good.
No. I ain't saying that's bad. I'm just telling you, Texas Tech is going to be one of the best teams in the Big 12 this year.
Hold on, wait. Now let me ask you this: what do Texas Tech go? Now let me see what you say.
What?
What's their record?
Oh, you want me to put a win total to it?
Predictions for sure.
I think they're gonna win 10 games.
So 10-2.
Let's bring it down to 9. Let's bring it down to 9.
Okay then. So you one game better than me.
Let's bring it down to 9.
Okay, now we got some understanding.
9-3.
I'm just trying to see.
I'm
We got
going way
some
too
understanding
confident.
going on,
I was
man.
getting a little too confident on Texas Tech.
Yeah, a little too confident.
Yeah.
It's cool though. We always, but shout out to the whole BWB, man. I miss locking in with you guys, man. We got to do this more often, man. We got to come on.
Yo.
For sure, man. For sure. We gonna. Hey, what about the spring game? Are you gonna do a live spring game, or what you gonna do?
Yeah, I may do a live spring game, so I don't know.
Or spring game reactions, but it's Saturday, so you gonna come on Saturday or Friday? What days you gonna come on?
I think I may come on and we'll talk about it. We have to do it, obviously. If it's Saturday, we're coming on Saturday and we're talking live and we're gonna react to it. And I'm gonna give the fans or the people that rocks with me, I'm gonna give them an opportunity to to voice their opinions.
For sure. So we're gonna do it Saturday then. 420 is Sunday, so people's brains gonna be messed up Sunday. You can't do it Sunday.
Yeah, I mean Easter Sunday, we breaking eggs and we're forgetting about Jesus. So it's America, so that's how it goes.
Oh man, I ain't going in all that here. But y'all have a good day, man. I appreciate this.
All right, man. Yo, take care. All right, y'all. So I appreciate y'all joining me today, coming on the show. We, every now and then I'm gonna do these shows. I'm gonna do, these type of shows where we talk about the fan base and Colorado fan base. I started off the show by asking you, are Colorado fans the same as Deion Sanders fans? I don't think so. I think Deion Sanders fans are a little bit different from Colorado fans. You can morph yourself into a Colorado fan if you put the program over Deion Sanders. You put the flag and the colors and everything over Deion Sanders, even though he's very instrumental in the fabric of Colorado and what's making Colorado relevant right now. Nobody's ever bigger than the program, no matter who they are. And I think that's what the Tennessee coach. That's what the Tennessee coach's his sentiment was, that yeah, you may be a good player, Nico, but you're not bigger than the program, right? So Deion Sanders, Coach Prime is not bigger than the program. If you can think about that in that light, and you say, well, yeah, Coach Prime is he's the guy right now at Coach Prime at what's her name? Like the late coach was, you know what I'm saying? The coach that just passed, Mac. Oh my gosh, Coach Mac, I guess. Coach Mac. Let me just say Coach Mac. Right? I'm sorry. Coach Mac, right? We don't put the individuals above the program. If you can get yourself to that point, then I feel like you can be a Colorado fan. If you can't get yourself to even think on that lane, then you're not necessarily a Colorado fan. You're just a Coach Prime fan. And nothing wrong with being a Coach Prime fan, but be realistic about it. You see what I'm saying? I'm a Coach Prime fan. I am a Colorado fan because I have infused myself into the fabric of the team and understand that the school is bigger than one person. I thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. We'll have more conversations about college football, Coach Prime, and Colorado Buffs. Peace out. I'm out.